because the previous person.
And we are live.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Oh, another Monday. This group of shenanigans.
Eh.
I mean, we fought a demon episode 2. That's on par for this channel. That's on par for this channel.
We didn't die. That's not on par for this channel.
I mean, that 3 of us were pretty damn close. So that's almost on par. That's halfway on par.
Look, I had to test to see how strong the group was. And it's like, yeah,
that's fair.
We've got what, 6 level 3s. I'll throw a CR, 12 monster at him, see what happens.
And I'm going to continue to hide in a building.
I mean, some of you played it smart and hid on roofs and in buildings, and others decided to.
Some of us can't.
Some of you decided to play in the fire. I mean,
Are you pointing fingers at barbarians for doing barbarian things?
We have 3 close in your face people. I don't know what you want from us.
I do
Never
like
saves.
that the majority of us, anyway, decided that running was a viable option.
that's a first.
Rarely do that. That's really
Yep.
annoying.
That is a first on this channel that more than one person said thought that running was a viable option.
We have moments where we do that. We do have our moments, like when we went up against the what was it, the Rust Monster, the Queen, and the Ghoul King.
Mm-hmm.
We played a few rounds, realized, okay, we're not quite there yet. We need, GTFO. So, we have moments. They're just very far and few between.
Yeah. Or you guys decide to fight things that probably shouldn't have needed to be fought in the first place.
Yeah.
It's completely, there were multiple ways to get out of an instance, but everybody decided that they woke up and chose violence that day.
You choose murder.
Mind you, in the
that
finale,
last battle, she didn't know was gonna be a fight.
in the finale of the Halloween adventure, we didn't choose to fight.
This is true, which is probably a good thing, because if you chose the fight, everyone would have died. The town would have been purged. Spoiler for anybody for anybody who was wondering. But yeah, so welcome on back, everybody, for another episode of Tricorn Isles. Last episode there was a bit of underhandedness and deception being thrown out, mainly from both Rory and Pearl, as the group tried to get a ship of their own, a ship from the three-headed Hydra pirates that they had saw gunned down the previous night. Their ship now up for auction. And, well, not wanting to pay too much, the group started, spreading rumors that, it looked run down. It doesn't look like it'd be able to hold water. The big rumor now going around, the dock area is it's haunted. So congratulations on owning a haunted ship. But
It's fine.
When all was said and done, all of you got your own ship for the more than fair price of 1,001 gold. Still can't believe Rory just prices righted that person.
It was great. I love it.
She had to.
But see, that's an error on my part, because the auctioneers did not set a minimum bid level, so you could totally scum somebody out by 1 gold. But you did that. You were confident that the person that you spoke to was telling the truth, that you had won your ship, and on your way back from the docks, you were jumped by a few familiar faces, gentlemen in those black, long high collared coats with their black hats covering pretty much every feature on their body. A fight ensued. One of them ended up summoning a demon. A couple of you almost, as we did say, almost died, but thanks to the quick thinking of some of the party members and the help from everyone's favorite barkeep, Bryant, you were able to walk away with your lives intact. Though there was a bit of concern as one of the individuals from the assailant party had gotten away, their identity being revealed as a crew member for a less than reputable branch of why am I forgetting Cassie's last name? Ravon. Of the Ravon Trading Company, Ravon Acquisitions, which deals in illegal arms trade and all sorts of black market deals to anyone willing to pay the price. With the information that one of them had gotten away, Bryant has suggested that you all leave town the following night. Let them think you're dead, wait until the smoke clears, and then come back to town if you're feeling like it. So as we pick up today, you wake up in your beds in the Wyvern's Bounty. A note has been slipped under each one of your doors from Bryant's sister Anastasia, who has pretty much reminding you that if you need anything picked up for you today, please let her know so she can go out and acquire the goods before you need to leave. But as the sun comes up, all of you stir from your beds. The day is yours. So what are you wanting to do? Keeping in mind that Bryant has suggested that it is a bad idea for you to leave the bounty today.
Well, matey, I be getting myself some food.
Rojan, in this like situation on the island, so it's been established that we have brokers, or money changers, right?
Yes, there are brokers and money changers. There is also a capital bank here in Tidelight.
So I believe that Rory's money would either be in the bank or with a broker. Probably a broker that she works with that knows her, that handles some of the banking side of it. Would that be possible?
I would say with her time in Tidelight, she has made a couple connections with a few individuals in the capital bank.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go around and suggest that we don't walk around holding massive amounts of gold and instead have money sent to my account, and then I can give that information to the person we're buying the ship from. It would not be common for someone to be like, okay, you're gonna go to this place and you'll be able to request, like, to have some official paper or something that, like, give them this and they will give you the funds. Like, does that exist?
So like you would go to like a money changer or something and suggest, like, you would give them like some sort of proof that the funds were in, say, X account, and they would give you
Like
the
a
coin
check.
there. Yeah, it's
Like
like
you're writing a
promissory, like a promissory note.
Yeah, a
Promissory note.
promissory note.
Yeah, there are certain individuals in the city who act as go-betweens for those looking to quickly acquire coin and the bank.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to just make that suggestion to the group that funds that you owe towards the ship have sent to this account. Or this person who will put it in my account. Have, give them this. If they're sending Anastasia to kind of set that up for us so that way we're not carrying around massive amounts of gold.
I mean, what's wrong with that? Nothing ever goes wrong with that when people carry around massive amounts of gold.
I make that suggestion. Whether or not the group goes along with it is their call.
So if we have money in Tide, like let's say that Pearl's money is in the bank, the capital bank. Okay. So if we go to another island and we're supposed or go somewhere else and we're theoretically dead, can we then still access funds, or do we somehow need to have that money with us in some form to get it to to have it? That's where I'm a little fuzzy there.
Pearl would, since Pearl has traveled to various ports around the Tricorn, she knows that in the main cities, Echo Bay, Stormbreaker Landing, and in Tidelight, the capital bank has at least one building in each city, and they sort of they're able to transfer information between the each other. So as long as your money is in the capital bank itself, you should have free access to be able to deposit or draw out funds without too much trouble. Now,
so we're not really dead. We're just making ourselves scarce.
You're making yourself scarce, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Now,
I got it now.
The only way somebody would know that you took money out is if, somebody in the bank was keeping eyes on your records, waiting for somebody to pull money out of your account or whatnot.
Which is possible.
But it's not really commonplace for assassins and thieves and whatnot to keep an eye on somebody's bank records.
Okay, I'm going to join Cannonball for breakfast. I'm also going to see if Anastasia is there. I assume I have heard what Rory said.
Yeah, Anastasia is downstairs behind the bar, and you can see that she's got a ledger open on the bar top itself, and she's already writing down a list of items that is transferring it from a scrap of paper. Looks that like her brother left her, and she's writing it down. And you can see that on the ledger, it's a list of goods for the ship to last you guys at least a week, with yourselves and the additional crew.
Okay, so I will direct her, as Rory suggested, that I want 200 gold transferred to the account for my portion of the ship. And other than that, I think I'm good, and I'm going to go see what's for breakfast.
200. Oh, speaking of that, she reaches under the bar, and she pulls up this rolled up piece of parchment. The gentleman stopped by earlier this morning to drop off your deed for the ship.
Did he drop off the wheel?
We had to pay for it first.
No, this was the only thing that was delivered here. I would assume that the wheel is either already on the ship or will be on the ship later today.
Did they give details for how we're supposed to deliver payment?
Yes. She pulls out another slip of paper and puts down. The payment is to be put into this account no later than noon today.
I look at the name on the deed because I was going to tell them to gift it to my altar. But I'm guessing Lavalette is on the deed right now?
No. The name is blank.
Okay.
Pretty much leaving, either they didn't care to do it or they had just forgotten to do it, but the name on the deed is blank, and perfect opportunity for you to write whatever name you wish.
Are we able to split ownership? Like add multiple names?
You do know that trade organizations do that. They usually, instead of putting it under one person's name, they put it under the organization's name instead.
We're gonna need a name.
It's not my ship.
As everyone goes silent.
Ye be the captain, matey, ye decide.
I know we
Whoever's
talked
name
about
is
that.
on that has to take
Scroll back, and
responsibility.
we've talked about it for so long.
I need to look back at what we decided.
We talked
I
about
don't
a
even think
ship
we-
name. We didn't
I don't think
necessarily
we
talk about
agreed.
a group name or
The ship
or an
name and the group
organization.
name are
We
gonna
will
be the
never
same
have a
thing.
group name. We will never have a group name.
You got to
We're
put a
keeping
group
that.
name down on the deed if everybody wants ownership of the ship.
Fuse!
I have the ship name written down if that's what we're looking for.
What was the ship name we came?
I
There was a
think
few
our
of them.
consensus was the Wild Wanderer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the Wild Wanderer for the ship name. What about the group name?
We didn't talk
The
about that.
Wild Wanderlings.
No.
Fuck no. We're called TBD.
I mean, I can put my altar, but she would prefer to represent.
Now, it doesn't need to be filled out at this point in time, as this deed is yours to keep. This is the same as like you keeping a deed for a building or anything like that. It's, you know, for your ownership and pretty much your proof of purchase or ownership. If anybody is, if there's any question about it or any legal proceedings are need to be done on the ship, you have the official document signed, sealed, and everything from the Tide Light Port Authority.
I feel like this leaving it open isn't wise either, but I can put my name and then we can add and the whatever we come up with for now, or I guess I can leave it blank. I just feel like I don't want someone to get on our ship and steal the deed and be like, hey, look, my name's on it. I win.
That sounds like legal problems.
You can just
What
put your name
about
on it. You did
Rory
purchase
and
it.
Associates for now? Would that cover it?
Sure. Which is not going to be our group name.
Definitely
Wait,
not.
we're a group?
No.
Rory and Associates LLC.
Sure. That's what we're putting. Right, we'll write that down. Rory's Sky Song and Associates LLC.
Okay. So you can go ahead and put the deed for the Wild Wanderer on your character sheet.
Okay.
So do you need me to drop this money off as well at the bank for the payment of the ship? Or are you going to add piracy onto the ever-growing list of things that you need to fake your death over?
I would prefer us not to have more people after us at this moment.
I mean, that's a good idea.
I will fill out if we're just sending the money to a bank and not handing it off to an individual, then that's a little different. People can just get their money to that particular person. So Rory just writes her own promissory note for her
Okay.
I think we said it was going to be split, but I'm covering somebody, wasn't it? Oh, look at that minute.
Sharo.
Not.
It would
Yeah.
be 167
Oh, was it
per
Shara?
person.
Yeah, because
That's right, it was
Shara
Shara.
doesn't have any money. So.
Yeah. So I'm covering Shara right now. So let me see what I have. You guys figure out your stuff. I figure out math.
Ugh. Math.
Okay.
This is like-
So those of you who are requiring Anastasia to make a detour to pick up some items from you, I'm just gonna go around the table here and just ask it what you need to grab, and then I'll give the thumbs up, thumbs down if you can put it on your character sheet or not. So Shara, was there
Also, make sure you have the money first after you take out your what you owe for the ship.
Shara, is there anything you need to grab?
No, I don't think so. She's got her axe and her tools and her grappling hook. It's kind of what she uses for a lot of the work that she does as well. So she's already got that. She doesn't really have anything else. So
Okay. Rory, she grabbing anything for you?
Come back to me.
Okay. Amir,
She said she was mathing. Jeez, Rojan.
what's that?
She said she was mathing.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm DMing.
No, I've got all
That's a
my
dangerous
stuff
thing to
on
say.
me, and outside of my money, that would be about it.
Okay. Do you need her to grab your money for you?
Grab the money and move it to the account of choice.
Okay. Pearl.
The transfer of my portion of the ship, as discussed earlier, and because Pearl was essentially on Shorely when all this happened, she basically has everything she needs with her, including her navigator's tools.
Okay. Cannonball.
Yeah, we're gonna ask for a quick little detour to grab the personal effects that you've been sent upon character creation. It will be asked that those effects remain, how should I put this, discreetly hauled back for obvious reasons, especially one pertaining to a certain flower pot that we will not mention right now. Please and thank you, of course.
So pretty much Cannonball just writes something down and like just sneakily hands it over to Anastasia, and she kind of looks at it and nods and slips it into a separate coat pocket.
We appreciate it.
And what about Jenka?
So for me, depending on how much it costs, I definitely want to get it carpenter tools.
Okay, for carpenter tools, are you just looking for like a generic set of carpentry tools?
Yeah.
Okay, so like a generic set of carpentry tools is probably going to run you about 5 gold.
Okay. Just because it's nice to have that ship. So,
Yep.
And
I need somebody to cover 94 gold of a shard of.
Oh, easily, happily.
Okay, thank you.
Jar Canoa Rabbit.
And then how many health potions do I want to purchase?
How many are you gonna never use?
What?
Yes.
I have to ask because this is you. What strength
yeah.
of health potion are you looking to buy?
I hate to say it, but it's only episode 3. I'm gonna basic bitch it right now.
All right. Your basic bitch health potions are going to run you 25 gold each.
How much for the next level up?
The next level up? What is the next level up? That's... I got
The greater?
the greater. How much?
I forgot about that. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
How much is that? It's okay, so I'm looking at the potions here. All right, so a potion of healing will heal 2d4 plus 2. So that's 25 gold each. Next one up is 44. That's going to run you about 75 a pop. Superior, you're looking about 125, and Supreme, you're looking about 200.
Okay. Give me a second.
Why do I just have this feeling you're gonna have Anastasia walk in and she's like, I have this much, and buy like 1,000 worth of gold. 1,000 gold's worth of healing potions.
I almost feel like we should just buy a fucking chest.
Hold on.
And put underneath.
And then
in the
75. Let's see here. I'm mathing real quick.
And on this episode, math.
Math, yay! Welcome to D&D, where you learn
I
math.
don't suppose you could get a deal if you bought a 6-pack or something.
Oh my
Mark
god,
Zuckerberg.
can
Do
I?
they come in their own
Can I?
little carrying?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to buy a mini keg of a health potion.
Okay. So
I want a variety pack.
I
A
would
variety
like-
pack, yeah.
I
We've
would
got
like-
that in another game. You don't want that.
So I want 3 of the greater
Okay.
and 10 of the regular.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have you do
Should bring me to 475.
is I want you to give me a percentile.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You've got even odds. You got even odds. I just rolled mine. I just rolled mine. It's not bad.
It's not terrible. 57.
57. All right, so I'm going to tell you that you're able to get 1 of the greater and
Okay.
4 standard. That is all they have in stock at the moment.
Why are you not letting me get into digits?
So she's bought them all.
Yeah,
I'm-
pretty much the supplier that Anastasia knows didn't really have a lot of health potions on sale. Those of you who have been in Tide Light long enough know that health potions are a huge commodity because of the number of fighting pits in the city and because of all the injuries that happen on the dock and the sailors coming in, you know, after long battles or whatnot. They are a precious commodity and they can't make them fast enough that they're selling.
Fine. It's a good thing I'm an alchemist kid.
Yeah,
so, you know.
what I would what I was gonna say. Being an alchemist / somebody who just, you know, makes healing potions for a living is a very lucrative business at the moment.
Guess who's proficient and has an alchemy kit? Huh?
Sounds like a good thing
okay.
to use for the lower deck.
I know, right? Especially if I can make like fire bombs or something, or just little splashes of I don't know. We'll
Yeah,
figure it
you know what?
out.
Go ahead and use the lower deck to make explosives. Let's see how
No,
that
no.
turns out.
I mean upper deck, and then throw them, yeet them at other ships.
Sea of Thieves, gotcha.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So I will buy that whole lot because I mean it's me. So that's 175.
The rest of the group is screwed. No potions for you.
Sorry, guys. I've never ever give them to you or use them. Have a nice day.
Hey, I'm a barbarian. Death is just a suggestion anyway.
You know what? I'm doing this Dragon Age Origin style where I just hoard the shit out of health potions, never ever use them until the final boss. I mean, Ash did
Please
that.
don't.
She did it for the final boss.
Please share.
I'll think about it.
I will
Let's not
steal
kill
them off of you
conscious and
if you
take them.
don't.
Cannibal, you got something?
Yes, if you don't mind. Actually, lassie, I'd appreciate if ye could find me some tools pertaining to fixing and maintaining, yes, I'll English one day, maintaining powdered weapons.
I know exactly what you're speaking of, and I think I know the person that would be able to get it for you. Probably gonna run you about, for the basics, probably gonna run you about 10 gold.
10 gold, matey. Ye trying to bleed me?
Look, it's a simple Cannoneer's kit. I don't set the prices. I'm telling you what they normally go for.
Fine.
He adds the Cannoneer's kit down for Cannonball.
Can-
Rory.
I would like Anastasia. I hand her a note, and it gives her a location, to like it's like a normal shop where you would buy. It's like a. Do they have haberdasheries? Sure.
Oh, of course, of
Yeah.
course. It's a
It's like
it's a capital city that's full of shipping, companies. Of course, there's haberdasheries here.
so.
The upper class has to separate themselves somehow.
So she asks her to go to a very specific haberdashery and is requisitioning like a captain's hat. Um, but she also wants this note passed on to the owner. And the owner is going to be a contact that can basically, she wants someone from the Silver Tongues to meet her at the tavern before they leave.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me a deception roll?
Okay.
Not because you're trying to lie to anybody, but this is just, to see if the message is received.
Okay. That is going to be. There it is. 19.
19. Okay.
Just a simple tricorn hat is requested as well.
Just a simple
with a
one.
feather in it.
And you want me to take that out of the funds I pick up for you?
No, I'll give you some additional funds. This promissory note, just have them transfer the 200 gold in addition to, and I hand her the 4 platinum that I have, transfer to the bank account for the boat. And then this will be for the hat. How much do you think would be sufficient for like a tricorn hat with probably like a ribboned band of some like almost bronze like ribbon, and then some like local bird
Probably
like
around like 20 gold.
Feathers.
local bird feathers
Yeah,
that are in the more browns
An
and earthy
ostrich
family.
Are you looking for like a nice looking hat or just like a generic looking hat with like trimmings and the plume?
Nothing elaborate.
Nothing,
just something...
nothing elaborate, but at the same time, nothing shoddy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're looking about like 25, 30 gold.
Okay. And there's the rest of my money.
I spent the rest of my savings on a hat.
I did. I only have 23 gold. Somebody give me 2 gold, please.
I'm at the soup store.
I can spring for 2 gold.
Thank you. I owe you. All right, now I'm out of money for a hat. And also a connection. I have a plan. I just need them to meet me. I swear there's a method to my madness.
Yes.
Rojan, since Pearl is a druid,
Mhm.
would she have any connections to her druid circle that might give her an in to one of the druids who makes healing potions who could get her a couple of the low end ones?
You know what? Go ahead and give me a, let's say, nature check.
I don't believe it. I actually rolled a kraken. So that'll
Nice.
be 22.
Yes, you know that there is one druid specifically who kind of comes in and out of the town and sort of sets up a little stall for themselves every couple days and sells druidic odds and ends, but healing potions are usually like the most sought after commodity. But you know that she's in town today.
Okay, and how much money would that involve?
Are you going to have Anastasia name drop? Like, say this is for Pearl? Or...
How about she would say something to the effect that Pearl had said that potions would be available, rather than saying Pearl sent me, but just say Pearl had told me that you might have some potions for a druid for another druid, a fellow druid.
Okay.
So obtuse,
Okay.
but not deceitful.
So she nods and I'm gonna say that as I rolled here, and with that nat 20, when Anastasia comes back to you, you have 4 basic healing potions for free.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Bitch.
Very nice.
And those would be 2d4 plus
4.
2d4 plus 4.
2d4 plus 4.
And if we expend an action, we can use the entire.
Actually, the way that I do it, drinking a singular potion is a free action.
And do we get the full benefit, or
Yep.
do we roll?
Nope. You still have to roll the how much HP you recover, but you're able to do it as a free action.
Okay, so 2d4 plus 4.
The only time that it costs an action is if you decide that you're going to double fist potions in one round.
Okay.
So, while Anastasia is out doing all these errands, I want to scrounge around real quick just for some like parchment and a quill that I can use to write a quick thing.
Yeah, there's like parchment all over the bar top at the moment. It seems that like they've gone through multiple rolls and there's just like discarded scraps here and there.
So I'm gonna take a piece of that parchment and I'm gonna write down on it, oh boy, do I have a story to tell you when I get back, Felix. And I'm gonna fold it up. I'm gonna go over to whichever table in this bar that Felix and I sit at the most. And I'm gonna try and tack it underneath the table.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand roll.
That's gonna be 15.
15. It takes a little bit of finagling, but you're able to get it securely up underneath underneath one of the crossbars of the table.
Okay, and then I will put the quill back. Try to put it back right where I found it, just in case somebody gets any ideas that I was touching stuff while they were gone.
You're pretty sure that the quill's like in the exact same place that it was at.
And that's all I want to do for the time being,
Okay.
aside from eat breakfast.
Rory's just drinking tea and having biscuits in her more traveler's lady attire.
Even though the Wyvern's Bounty isn't open today, as they have closed it down due to a family emergency, the back part of the tavern is still loaded up with the serving trays and everything of the bountiful breakfast that you had yesterday. Seems that before he left, Brian made sure to at least provide everyone with one last decent breakfast before taking out onto the high seas and eating whatever you can muster together.
All right, then I'll have breakfast with my tea.
Is there anything anybody else needs from Anastasia? Is there anything you want to do while they're out, or are you just letting the day pass by?
I'm already packed with my go bag. Can't afford anything else at the moment.
This is probably a shot in the dark, but I'll just chance it just because who knows, there may be a chance. Worst case scenario, it's just a no. Is there a bag of holding?
Is there a what?
Bag of holding.
There are bags of holding. Bags of holding are definitely a thing.
Okay.
Clean.
How much?
If you're looking to secure it from a reputable magic dealer, a bag of holding will run you anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 gold, depending on where you purchase it from.
What about black market?
Black market?
It's like legit, but black market.
That all depends on who in the black market you purchase it from, and if you can find the black market at that point in time. The black market in Tidelight sort of moves around. It's kind of like a rotating swap meet. At this point in time, you would know that you don't have time to try and search for the black market today, and
Yeah.
have fun with a black market bag of holding. It's just like you just get they just rip you off. You get a normal bag. It's like it holds stuff.
You know what?
Or you get a bag of or a mimic masquerading as a bag of holding.
Or you get that bag of, or you get the bag of hold.
Just the
or
one
you
bag
get
of
a
hold.
Devouring.
Bag of devouring is fun.
You know what? Yeah,
Can
if
we
I
have
could
a
get one for 1K.
So you want Anastasia to stop by one of the magical ware dealers and see if they have any of the bags of holding available.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say, like, how are we outfitting the ship? With what money?
Yeah.
That you all are spending?
Like you guys also have to remember you have to outfit your ship.
And we
Because
have
right
a crew to
now,
buy.
your ship is a ship, the wheel, and a singular sail. You don't have cannons. You don't have anything like that.
I have money apparently.
I'm gonna try something to get money, but I can't. It's no guarantee.
My money will be under control of somebody who's capable of using it properly.
But if Janka wants to purchase a bag of holding, go ahead
I think
and
we're gonna carry our shit back to the ship.
give me a
very
investigation roll using your stats.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. No. I can do investigation. All right. Oh. Nat 20 for 25.
Nat 20?
Nice.
Jesus Christ, 25, really? Okay.
That's what I
So-
do.
So, got a nat 20. Anastasia comes back. When she comes back, you will have a bag of holding, and it only costs 800 gold.
Oh, that's good. Discount.
Oh, get some. Still have some.
Only because you rolled a natural 20. That's
I know.
ridiculous.
I mean, I didn't expect it. That was just happy.
I rolled low, 41.
This is nice. It's fun. Okay. I'm good.
All right. Anything else?
Not until my contact makes contact.
So, the night sets. Bryant comes back about the time the sun soon starts to set on the horizon. He's got a very relaxed look on his face. Hair is like a little messed up, and it looks like he's been slinking in more of the tight fitting places of the city. As you can see that his shirt is just covered in like dirt and cobwebs and oil and everything.
Rory's gonna stand up and approach him and kind of start wiping the cobwebs off of him and musses up his hair. Like, where have you been? What
Like,
have
and you
been
put your
getting
hand in
into?"
his your hand on his hair, and it is just drenched in sweat.
Lovely, darling. What have you been getting into?
Well, I had to go around the city. I needed to call in some favors for some crew members for this ship, and well, can't be showing this mug around, so I had to use a couple back ends and alleys, and sometimes the sewer, and well,
Oh, that's what that smell is, isn't it?
I know. I desperately need a bath. I'm headed up there now, but bright side, got us a crew. Was able to secure a decent amount of supplies for the ship using some favors that people owed me. I mean, it's not going to last us a lifetime on the ship, but we're not going to be hurting for food, at least.
Good.
Crew's all upstanding. I vouch for each and every one of them. They may look like a bit of like the rabble of the city, but they know their way around the ship.
How many?
I was able to call in 6.
6.
So
That won't be enough, matey.
it's enough to man the ship.
It's enough to get us started.
Yes, the seven of us here, 6 of them. That's 13. That ship requires only 10.
What rate per day did they agree to?
Right now they are working on favors owed to me, but
Useful.
those favors are only going to extend so far. Once that happens, we're gonna have to sit down and work out some sort of negotiation with them. But again, you treat them fair, you treat them with respect, they won't give you much trouble. They're a good
How
lot.
long do you think your favors will last?
With the 6 that I called in, I say at least 2 weeks good graces before, someone starts asking for coin.
Very well. Hopefully some things will come up in that time to...
I also have a means for us to possibly outfit the ship for cheap. I have a friend a little up the coast who runs a scrapyard. They're scrappers by trade. They go out and they harvest from shipwrecks and whatnot out in the sea, bring it back, refurbish it and sell that at a fair price. But as it is a scrapyard, we should be able to get at least starting things for cheap anyway.
That sounds like a good plan. So we'll get out of here, head straight for the scrapyard.
Yes, but first, I need a bath and a change of clothes, so if you'll
Yes.
excuse me. And he just wanders up to his room.
Rory just tries not to gag as he passes by.
Oh yeah, he smells
So-
like death. He smells like horrible.
She goes to wash her hands in a nearby basin.
And a bit afterwards, Anastasia comes back and delivers everybody their supply. She kind of gives like a knowing nod to Cannonball, letting you know that the supplies that you requested have already been secured on the ship in your bunk.
We be appreciating.
And then about not a minute after that, a gentleman wanders into the establishment dressed in a very fine looking gray suit. A golden owl with like emerald eyes set in his lapel. Looks like a freshly made bowler hat on his head. Kind of smiles over to Rory and just takes a seat at the bar next to her.
Well met.
Rory, you've been getting into trouble, I hear.
More than I would like. More than is usual.
He looks around to the rest of the group. Going away party.
Yes, sadly. I have a proposition for Master of Whispers. If you could pass it on.
Oh, the Master Whispers is a fan of requests. As that last part kind of comes off a little sarcastic. What do you need me to deliver?
I mean, it's more, like I said, a proposition. I figure information on a major competitor on the sea would be value to him.
His ears perk a little bit and he looks over at you with a very like mischievous smile. Who do you have dirt on?
Let's just say I have a feeling that I will have dealings with a particular organization that's quite powerful and untouchable currently, but that I will likely gain information on as time goes on. Familiar with the Ravon acquisitions?
Acquisitions. Only heard rumors about them. Shady
Exactly.
dealings, but nobody can ever put a face to anything.
Exactly. I have a likely in. They want me.
That's...
I'm good at hiding.
Kid, that is a dangerous game you're playing, but
Mm-hmm.
damn if that payout isn't good.
Exactly. And you know I'm good.
I know you're good. I definitely know you're good.
The idea is not to be found until I want to be. But when I want to be,
What you
then-
need from us.
Exactly. Thank you. This is why I like working with you. I need funds, first of all.
As like the mention that you may have information on a shadow organization, his hand cannot go into his coat pocket fast enough as he pulls out pretty much what is like the equivalent of a checkbook.
I need to outfit a ship that's going to be able to last out there in order as I gather information in order to make my final move against this organization.
Okay.
So we're going to need weapons. Because
Weapons.
as you know, there's a bunch of low-level dicks out there that are just going to want to blow my simple ship sky high that I need to be able to withstand until I'm built up enough. Right?
Oh, but of course.
Yes.
Is this ship outfitting or is this crew outfitting as well? Crew
Both.
needs weapons too.
Yes.
Okay.
Pearl,
Yes.
this is my quartermaster.
How do you do?
We have a list of some weapons that we would like to get the ship outfitted with. It'd be nice to increase our supply of food as well, but not necessary. We've got some in on that level. It's mainly ammunitions and firepower that I'm needing.
Well, if I'm going to outfit you, I'm going to outfit you right. I mean, I can't give you all the weapons in the world if you're going to be starving.
True.
So you're looking for food, crew accommodations, crew weaponry,
Yes.
and ship outfitting.
All right. I've got a crew of 6, plus those you see here,
So you're
and one upstairs.
so you're gonna need some headway for future crew members and the current ones that you have.
If possible.
Okay. Like writing this down in like a personal notebook.
You can tell them I do have some information for them so far. The report that I gave them recently. In addition to that, that same organization, the one that I mentioned that wore black, I don't know if you've seen the report or not, if they shared that information with you, but
I've heard whispers about it.
you can share with you can share, in addition to my report, that the pirate crew in black is the Ravon Acquisitions Group. That's who attacked us there. That's who was trading with the three-eyed kraken and took them down. Those weapons were theirs.
Okay, that is a hefty load to drop on my shoulders, but
I'm sorry to do this, but I have to leave town quickly.
I'm your
and
contact, kid. I mean,
I trust you.
okay. So, with that lovely bit of information right there,
I have more.
you have more.
They have access to summon some sort of water demon, something powerful.
A water demon. So that's new. All right, we're gonna add that to the list.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm gonna write you a number. And you just writes it down on a slip of paper and slides on over to you.
I look at it.
On the number on the paper itself, it says 8,000 gold. That good?
I nod. I can work with that.
Okay. So then he takes out and he, what account do you want sending to? I don't think you're gonna want a bag of 8,000 gold just thrown out on the table. I'm not made of money, but
no. I will need some cash on hand, but
well, he reaches into his like his left coat. He pulls out like a small bag of coins and sits down. About 200 in there.
okay.
I can have the requested amounts in whatever account you need by morning.
Problem is, this cover's been my Ansem cover. Rory's actually not been
You know what? We'll use one of the shadow accounts.
Yes, that would be best.
Since you're technically burned at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how many covers they know of. I know that Ansem and Lady Lavalette are done.
So he writes down a series of numbers and he hands it to you. That's the accounts.
Okay.
The funds will be there in the morning.
Lovely.
Or
Accessible on the other islands?
yes, Capital Bank.
Per usual.
The account is clean. You don't have to worry about any shading dealings. We only use these accounts for situating our members that have been burned.
All right. And should I use the usual drops for information along the islands? Or do we want to set up something different?
Usual
for this
drops should be fine. They may have burned your name in your face, but they don't know you're associated with us in any way.
Right. Okay. And what's their name? Because I imagine I would know it, but
Ooh.
we just created this PC together on the side.
I think you referred to him as Matt.
Matt?
Mm-hmm.
Like M-A-T?
M-A-T, yeah.
Okay.
That's what you know him by.
Got it.
As he's a handler, nobody knows his real name.
Yep. And where's my hat?
Oh, yes. That'll be delivered in the morning.
Lovely.
As he just grins as he reaches down by him and just puts a hat box on it.
Oh, teasing me.
I
She
was-
opens it up.
I have it on good authority you're leaving the town tonight, so delivering it in the morning would have been pointless.
True, but I would have accepted the loss. But this is so great. Thank you.
Nonsense. You paid for a hat, you get a hat. I mean, my business has a reputation to upkeep.
Of course. Can you believe they made me captain? I didn't even set it up.
Well, kind of like looks around. Better you than anyone else here.
True. Still, it surprised me. Usually I have to do some finagling to make that happen if I wanted it. I don't usually like to take positions so out in front, but I'll make it work.
If anyone's gonna make it work, it's you. Just stay safe. I don't need to lose another.
Yeah, sorry about that. I heard about that. You won't.
No.
I mean, I hope not. That's why I've got muscles over there, and the little fuzzy one's actually quite strong.
Oh, I know all about him.
I'm sure. Betting on him was usually a good one to do.
That one too. He points over to Shara.
Yep, they both have made me quite a bit of money in the past.
Well, I need to be getting back to my shop just in case there are any eyes on me.
Yes,
You be safe, kid.
you too. Be
Congrats on
extra
the ship.
careful leaving the tavern, okay?
Oh, of course. You know me.
Yes.
Kind of gets up and gives like a simple tug on his jacket and puts the hat back on and walks out the door.
Well, Pearl, that worked out. What do you think, 8K?
Well, I think it was more than we thought we'd have. I do have this fairly extensive list, and I guess we'll see what the salvagers have, and perhaps, with this influx of coin, we can get some more. We can focus a little more on the weaponry if we have to.
Yes. As well as on ourselves, if we need any better armor or whatnot. Wonder if Bryant's scrap people friends have access to that too. Guess we'll find out. Otherwise, we'll pick up some new gear at next port. But we have to get out of here. Hold on to that list. Start
I've
looking over it,
absolutely got the list right.
prioritizing what we need to, and we'll see what we can find at the scrapyard. Add to it if you need to. I know that was more of a conservative list.
Well, I actually sort of called it a wish list. But
Oh.
I mean, a lot of it I think is basic, but we could up the quality or the numbers, especially when we get to the canon, depending upon what, what, how much they are, what we can afford.
Yeah.
I think there's some very basic minimums that we're absolutely going to have if we want to get from where we are now to where we need to go to.
Yes. I'm going to add this as ship's funds. And so he gave me the 8,000s in the bank, and then the 200. There's 208 out of the 8,000, or is that
No,
in
this is
addition
this
to?
is 200 in addition.
Okay, so I'll take that as into my account, my personal account. Because screw you guys, I worked to get this money.
Screw you guys. I tempted my contact with, really savory information about a shadow corporation.
Yeah.
I mean, you just painted a real big target on your back, so that's all you.
The target was already there. You might
But
as well make money
now
off
The
of
target was already there. I just got a fresh coat of paint.
it. Rory's one to take advantage of any situation. So I'll turn to the group. Like, for those that weren't close by, I'm going to inform them of what I've been able to gather together. So we'll have some funds.
All right. And as you are meeting with the rest of the group, a freshly washed and dressed Bryant comes down, kind of just rubbing his hands together and kind of rubs it like on the back of his neck. Oh, be good to go.
Yes. And I've got a little spending cash for us when we get to the shipyard. And I tell him about what I've
the
managed to put
scrapyard.
together.
Confused me there for a moment. I'm like,
Scrapyard,
we're not going to a shipyard.
I better get better at those terms. Scrapyard, yes.
All right. Well, if you follow my lead, we should be at the ship without any hindrance, without any danger to any of our bodies, and we should be able to set out right away.
Everybody ready?
Pretty much. Ready to head out whenever.
I was hearing a whole lot of should be's there. What's the caveat? Do we gotta like sneak around and shit, or?
It's more sticking to shadows than, trying to creep through somebody's house, but yes, we're not taking any of the main streets. But Follow my lead, and we shouldn't have too much of an issue. So with that, I need a group stealth check. So
Okay.
everyone go ahead and give me stealth rolls. Give me a moment here.
Hey, baby dice.
Should have kept my first roll, but it bounced out of the tray, so I didn't count it. It was so much better than the second roll.
No.
Okay, so Bryant is going to be nice to everyone as he casts Pass Without a Trace.
Yay, Brian!
Okay then.
So
I'm falling more and more in love with him every day.
everyone can add a +10 bonus to their stealth check.
23 then.
Cool.
All right, who here rolled below a 12? Okay, good.
I'm still adding.
Oh,
I rolled a
Close.
33. I got a
33.
33.
Nat
Jesus Christ.
20 plus 16 with all that.
Nice.
I'm basically playing a rogue without being rogue.
I got 28.
Okay.
I got a
18.
13.
Oh my god.
13.
You almost failed even with that +10.
Oh my gosh.
And he has soft padded feet. It'll be
Oh
fine.
my god. Okay. But thanks to Bryant's Pass Without a Trace, you're able to make it to the ship. As you can see, the name hasn't been put on just yet, as they really didn't have time and nobody's told them the name. But the Wild Wanderer is before your eyes. Not the greatest looking ship in the world. No color, no pizzazz, no nothing to designate it from any other boring looking ship out at sea. But no holes in it. Sail looks full at least. No holes. Couple patches, but they should hold.
So now it's got sails on it.
It's got they were able to acquire, second rate sails, but they should hold for like the time being. You're definitely not want to go out into what would be considered high sea area, but for a little bit of like coasting, you should be fine. Crew is on board, and you can see that a couple lanterns have been hung up along the side, but they are all off. Like whoever is on deck seem to be pros at working a deck at night.
Good. We'll christen her later. Let's go.
We can't. Bryant like nods like, we can't christen it in this condition. That's bad luck.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we?
At least to have a name on it first.
Yeah. What are we gonna say? I christen the piece of crap.
Pretty much.
It'd be the first time.
And what be the alternative, matey? Sailing on an unchristened ship?
Well, at this point in time, it's best we sail on an unchristened ship. But we'll do the christening ceremony once it's been painted and outfitted.
Yeah.
Once it's an actual ship and not a husk. So he leads you all on deck, and you see that the crew is like a ragtag combination of humans, a Carl, and it looks like a couple water ganassi as well.
My friends.
I will tell them. I'm gonna put my hat on my head. Prepare to set sail.
And like as soon as that hat goes on your head, all of them sort of like stop, give you a salute, and they start going to their positions, getting the ship ready to pull out of dock.
I'll
So-
gather them together later and learn names. Let's just go.
So, Captain,
Yes.
Who on the main crew here has what position?
Pearl is quartermaster. I've got that down.
Okay, Pearl's the quartermaster.
Captain.
Captain.
That's about as far as I got right now. What are the other positions we need? First mate is cannonball, I think we
Yeah.
decided on.
So
Because he's got experience.
yeah, so you're gonna need a helmsman, someone who's gonna be steering the ship. You're gonna need a cannoneer, you know, somebody who's gonna oversee the use of the cannons, because I'm gonna have somebody in the group here be rolling the cannon attacks and not some rando NPC.
I mean, can Cannonball do that as well? As
Cannonball can do cannoneer if he would prefer.
Yeah, what are the positions mechanically, I guess I should ask, because I just made up those other ones.
You know what? I'm gonna look it up.
I don't think we were given all the actual positions other than the obvious.
Yeah, like whatever you need, Rodin. Like, there's like a. I'm trying to remember as well. But I looked this up earlier and then I lost it.
On what he just dropped into our channel there, it talks about the 4 positions, but I'm not seeing.
So if we're going off like basic ship stuff, you've got the first mate, the second mate, the third mate, able-bodied seamen, ordinary sailors, and chief engineer. We're not going to be going off of that.
Oh God. We
no.
can go off One Piece rules.
You could go off One Piece rules. You know, I don't know anything about sailing. I'm terrified of the ocean. It's like either that or we're just going to be going off Star Trek ranks, and that's going to get really confusing.
What's in the guide here is a captain, 4 officers consisting of the first mate, a bosun, a quartermaster, and a cook.
Okay.
Well, the cook I think is already.
Cook is Bryant. Cook is Bryant.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, on this particular thing, I'm not seeing. It doesn't seem to say what duties they have. But I know that Shara also has navigator's tools.
A bosun is like the deck boss. They oversee like the general crew and their all of like their daily activities, stuff like that. They're pretty much the
boat manager.
The boat manager.
So would that include the navigation then?
No, like the bosun would pretty much be the one who was issuing out orders to the crew on a daily basis. They would also be the one reporting to the captain of like the crew's performance.
It's the manager.
Yeah, they're pretty much the manager.
Danka, you want that position?
I mean, it's going to be like, I will say right now that whoever is like in the bosun position is going to be responsible for crew morale, because crew morale is going to be a thing.
Okay, hold on. I'm clearly going to be helping with crew morale.
Yeah, but you're captain, so you have like an overarching role everywhere in the ship. But
well, I be efficient both with the social stuff and with the gun stuff, so pick where you want me.
Yeah, I kind of need you everywhere. Which one do you want? Maybe pass on first mate and go. Well, bosun and first mate kind of sound like the same thing to me, but.
What would be the difference?
I'm not gonna lie.
Actually,
it does kind of sound the same to me, as far as like you are kind of the manager.
Yeah, a bosun and first mate are the same thing. They're the deck boss.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense with Cannonball having a high charisma. Then.
It's just the official title and then like the privateer title. So.
You want that Cannonball, or would you rather be a gunner?
Pay me extra and I'll do both, matey.
All right, we'll put you down.
Considering other than you, I'm probably the only one with the charisma points and the proficiencies to deal with keeping people's morale up.
Yeah.
You might want to leave me there and have somebody else with high decks or whatever man the guns.
Yeah.
I can comfortably do gunning.
Perfect.
Okay.
I vote not taking over a helm because
Yep.
I
So
can't see
so
what the
pretty
steering
much
Oh,
wheel.
I should add a stepping stool for the rabbit so he could
yeah.
reach the
So
guns.
pretty much Mirror is ship engineer when it comes to the cannonry and everything.
So is he the cannoneer or ship engineer?
It's the same thing. Like
Okay.
he's going to be overseeing the weapons and the rest of the ship. Make sure
Okay.
everything doesn't break down.
It doesn't include the crew though.
Let me know if you need an extra hand with that.
I feel like Pearl would be good as helmsman in addition to quartermaster because being a druid, you could read the winds, you know, in a way, like sense
Yeah.
direction. I just feel like it's a fit, but
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
either
would agree with that.
either helmsman or navigator
yeah.
would be good since you've got the navigational tools. Because helmsman and
And
navigator,
Shara has navigation tools as well, so
yeah.
Okay.
So
she
like,
can be sort of my backup on.
well, the
We
two of
can
you, the two
put
of you would
the two of us.
the two of you would have to technically work in tandem, because the navigator
Perfect.
is plotting the course and the helmsman is the one who is sailing the course.
So we need a strong person on the helm too because the wheel can be overpowered in a storm, right?
I will
So-
That's
say
what I was thinking.
weather effects are definitely going to increase the DC check for whomever's on helm.
I would think
maybe,
this is just Shara for helmsman.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Shara,
Yeah,
and then
that makes
teaming
more
up with Pearl
sense.
as navigator. What do you think, Shara?
Yeah, she'd be down for that.
Okay. Pearl,
She
navigator.
also did volunteer at one point when we first talked about acquiring the ship that she'd be happy to also be in charge of crew discipline.
Got it. Executioner. No.
So pretty
Oh
much,
my.
you're the person that the bosun sends people to. You work the brig.
Brigmaster. I put / Brigmaster.
Disciplinary committee.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, well, fuck me in my position, so I guess I'm just miscellaneous.
Hey,
What
girl, I was asking you what you wanted to do.
I did, and y'all offered me a job, and then y'all changed it. So I've got. I mean, I'm carpenter. I've got high and shipwright and seaman.
I mean,
Seamanship.
in that case, that's like
Cartography.
like if you have like seamanship and you have ship
cartography.
repairing, cartography works as well as you can work as the ship cartographer. You know, charting, not charting, but
I mean, that's navigator's position. So
yeah, navigator's
Already.
charting courses, but you're like making maps.
You could help Pearl be a
Well, do you
navigator.
have navigation as well then?
Hey, I don't have navigation. I've got a little bit of everything. The only thing, and this is gonna be my downtime, is the only thing I'm not efficient in is carpentry, which is what I want to work on. So I've got poisoner's kit, alchemy, and cartographer tools, but I also am really good at shipwright and seamanship.
Well, what about there's a position called boatswain.
That's
It's in
bosun.
charge of the. Is that
that's the bosun? Yeah.
Oh, it just says in charge of sales. So
There is a position they say here. They say priest bracket ship surgeon.
Ship
I'm
stalker.
wondering.
God, no.
I'm
Oh,
wondering
God, no.
sort of if like in charge
Well,
like
I could
it's not
I could say
exactly
that.
a medical bay, but like if she's going to be making like potions and all of that kind of stuff, that
I
we're-
have.
I mean, technically, you do need a cartographer because while you have a navigator to plot courses, you're going to need a cartographer in order to chart maps. Not chart maps, but add on to maps, create maps of like places you explore, or say if you discover an island out in the seas, that would definitely fall under the cartographer's proficiency.
I also would like to make her chief security officer. Like it's your job to kind of keep watch on the seas and to look out for danger. And if we, come across something, like you're kind of in charge of crew safety. Would you like that position? I feel like Jenko might be good at that.
I do not recommend me as a lookout.
Okay, maybe not as a lookout.
Isn't Shara
My
responsible
wisdom is
for
really fucking
finding
low.
food?
Well, if you could choose a position that you think Jenko would be best at, what would it be? Because we could shift things around with other people's skills. Like Pearl might be good as a lookout instead. We could put her on the crow's nest.
I mean, she's an ex-pirate. She's done mostly. I'll figure it out. I'll just shift around if I need to. For now, I'll just be cartographer.
Okay. Like I said, like these positions aren't set in stone. If you guys need to go and do something on the ship that needs to be taken care of that the crew can't take care of, that's your call. Like you're not Royal Navy or anything like that. You're not, you know, specifically set in one sort of duties and you can't touch anything else. This is
Or
like
if you
your ship.
You want to be like Mike, like the actual captain. Like I'm the captain for social reasons, and you actually handle the ship with your pirate experience.
You're the real captain. Rory's the puppet captain.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I am the captain.
Captain and mascot.
Oh god, no. I could be pseudo captain, I guess, but
We have a co-captain. I'm the co-captain situation. I'm like the social captain. You're the like actual get shit done captain.
Captain and super captain.
I mean, it sounds like what you're basically describing is the position of second mate.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
you go. You want to be second mate? The actual captain?
Nah,
Or
I'm
would
gonna
I be
take
second
the
mate?
cannonball.
You would technically be second mate.
Okay. So Jenka, you want to be captain?
No, this really sucks because as a player, hell yeah, but Jenka does not want to be captain right now.
Girl,
It's the
okay,
shitty
Zoro,
part.
I am fucking trying right now. I
you
know
all
you
that
love
last
pirate
time.
shit so hard. I am trying so hard right now. Girl, you're fine. You're second. I'm putting you as cartographer / second mate right now until you can make up your damn mind.
Did you say, Jenka, that you have the shipwright skill?
I have shipwright and seaman.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
great.
Having multiple people with a shipwright skill is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Which is why again the thing I want to become proficient in that I'm going to work on for downtime is carpentry.
Mm-hmm.
So I can help with
Right.
any ship maintenance.
What does shipwright do exactly?
It maintains the ship.
So, like cartographer / shipwright for Jenka would possibly be very useful.
Shipwrights are the ones who pretty much
Shipwright-
repair or like are upkeep the ship and repair the ship if
They're
need be.
repairers, yeah.
Yeah, they're ship engineers.
Basically the ship builders, ship
Yeah.
engineers, yeah.
Well, we have a small crew, so you're gonna have multiple jobs, and
I
everybody
mean,
has
that's
multiple
fair.
jobs.
That's totally fine, which is why if she's miscellaneous, that's totally fine, which is why I want to work with the carpentry thing, because I
Yeah.
think it will help in the long run.
Rory is captain / morale officer. All right. I will type this up and send it to you, Rojan.
All right. I'm just playing. I'm just like, yeah, you guys keep track of whatever you do. Okay. So before we go ahead and set sail for the first time, because there are going to be rolls that are going to need to be done.
Oh damn!
It is 9 o'clock. So let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break here so we can get up, stretch our legs, freshen up our drinks, all that fun stuff. And we will be right back.
Never mind. Nope. Now it's darkening. Never mind. Nope.
Okay.
Camera adjustment. Nope.
We are
Here, here.
back. You talking about camera adjustment? Don't freak me out as we're coming back.
No,
Jesus.
sorry. No, he took off the cover for his camera, and I'm like, oh, we can see your face. It's much brighter now. And then the camera just slowly starts to dim the lighting, and I'm like, oh no, never mind. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
What be ye talking about?
So, the way that this is going to work, I'm going to bring you guys quickly. Actually, I'm going to, you guys are already there. I'm going to bring chat to the map. So, if you notice on the map itself now, there is a nifty little ship icon.
Yeah. I think it's cute.
That's not your ship. I just grabbed a random ship token that I have. That's an elven warship that is not your ship.
I am a sea elf. I was gonna be a pseudo captain. It's my ship.
Look, you have a generic
Smaller
sailing ship at this point in
I
time.
know.
If you want to upgrade to a warship later on, find a way to do it. I mean, at this point in time, you don't have the ability to claim royal bloodline to, you know, people think you're a captain or an admiral like Ash did, but
Whoa. Those were forged documentaries that eventually became official. So screw you, sir.
so
She lied her way to that.
to let everybody know, every one of these squares is coinciding with a day's travel sea.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is it just me or can everybody else see the? Okay, if I scroll it, yeah, I can see it.
Here,
Can you, is it possible for you to make the lines more white than gray so we can see them a little bit easier?
give me a moment. I'm gonna mark the ship with a red dot so everybody knows where it's at, because I noticed that it's kind of
Thank you.
in the same grayscale as the map itself. Go ahead and make this. Wait.
Oh, that's much
There we
better.
go.
Okay.
There
Perfect.
we go.
So
Yeah.
every one of these squares is a day's travel by sea. That's if you're going at a normal pace and, well, you know, weather is on your side. If you wish to go double speed, you can. It's dangerous to do so. The handling of the ship and the encounter rolls and DCs and everything are going to be much higher. But if you were to do that, you can cover 2 squares. But that also takes strain on your ship to go double speed. It will be losing some hit points every time you do so. In combat, if it ever comes to it, since you have a crew of less than 20, you are able to make 2 actions around for your ship. So that does include movement. So keep in mind that it's movement, firing weaponry, anything of that sort is its own action. The only time that we will be going on individual initiatives is if you board another ship, or you yourself are boarded, or it's a fight that necessarily the ship itself cannot partake in. At any other point in time, initiative is going to be the ship and then whatever it's going against. So when it's ship's turn, as a crew, you guys discuss what you want to do. We will sort out the actions that way. So up on the helm for the information for Pearl and Shara, the wheel, thankfully there, been installed, looks sturdy enough. Again, you have a feeling that this the ship can handle just a little bit of coastal sailing, but if you take it too far out in the water, you're going to be swimming home. It's not ready for any of like the chop out there. But a little marker has been placed on the map. I'm going to color on the map at this point in time. I'm going to go ahead and make it orange so everyone can see. But
Do we have a sense of why the ship, or does Pearl have a sense, or somebody have a sense of why the ship is only suitable for coastal sailing? Is that because it's not outfitted?
it's not
Or
outfitted. Like
okay,
it looks like when they stripped this ship, they made sure that nobody would be able to make away with it.
okay.
So right now it's in a sense of a coastal runner. You know, it's fine enough to go around the coast, but if it were to go out into high seas, there's a very high chance that it's going to be sinking within like the first hour. So it's so you see a little X marked on your map, and Bryant informs you, if we go just a little bit up the coast, we should hit the scrapyard by early morning. Again, they're friends of mine. They'll give us a really good deal. We can at least get the ship basically outfitted that we can survive out at sea. And then what we do from there is up to us. But, Captain, I leave it in your most capable hands. If anyone needs me, I will be setting up the galley.
Normal speed. Jenka, did you catch where he pointed on that? Could you chart that in our own maps?
Of course. As she pulls out some parchment, starts pretty much making a note and doing. I'm dumb, so I'm just gonna say cartography things.
Do you know of any
With the thingy, metal thingy.
metal thingy? Do you know
Looks
of
like two
any
pencils.
reefs or dangers from here to there, from your previous travels?
Do you want to
I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. You know that if you stick to the coast, you're pretty much safe. Nobody tries to do any sort of coastal pirating this close to tide light. That's pretty much just asking to be gunned down by the official navy.
Well, I know that obviously deeper waters means deeper dangers, but if we stay somewhat close to the coast, at least within a few miles, we should be fine. No one's really going to start shit since we're still within the range of, well, I don't know what to call them, they're guards, military, whatever. So the closer we stick to the island, I think it will be. Just watch
Would
for
you-
sandbanks, because they happen from time to time, so just keep an eye out.
Reefs too.
Relay that
Yeah.
information to Pearl. Maybe we can get her up somewhere high to keep an eye on for that, and let Shara know to stick to the coast and the direction.
Okay. Shara,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
if
Thank
you
you.
are taking the helm for this inaugural journey, I am going to need a skill check from you. I believe you have vehicle handling for ships.
I do.
Okay, so go ahead and give me that roll. It's a low DC because, again, you're sticking to the coast and you're not really fighting much of anything.
And that was that based on dex or is it strength because I'm physically manipulating the wheel?
It's strength because you're physically manning the ship. So it's your strength versus the like the strength of the waves or the roll of the tide or whatever.
Okay, so that will be a 21.
Perfect. DC was only 10, so able clear sailing the entire remainder of the night. As dawn approaches, a very hearty and tasty stew. Oh, not really stew, but like oatmeal is provided to everyone and the crew. Just as something to tide you over. And as you eat this, there's like some sort of spice in there, like any like morning grogginess or even exhaustion if you stay up through the night is wiped away. As you pull up, come on. Into the dock.
Can I say that at some point during the journey, Rory introduced herself to each of the 6 crewmen, and I wanted to get their names?
Yes, I will send you their names when I come up with them.
Okay, that's fine.
Bob,
I also want to
George,
mention that she
Timmy.
tries to, once the ship is like kind of off and moving and they don't have as much actively things to do, she would have gathered all of them together and popped a detect thoughts and just kind of asked like, oh, you know, where are you from? Like, why did you decide to join us? Like, did I get any sense of, besides I owe a favor to Bryant? Like,
It's
did I
all I owe a favor to Bryant.
So no,
Or
like,
it's either I owe a favor to Bryant, Bryant has dirt on me, I lost a bet to Bryant, you know, I owe Bryant for probably about 25 things of ale. You know, all of them are like some sort of debt to Bryant.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's the one I want to
I
use.
imagine the people that we've that are on the ship have worked ships before, like they're actual professionals. They're not just
Yes.
people that owed
No,
favors. and
these
got caught.
these are all seaworthy sailors.
Okay, cool.
So you pull into a very quaint and handmade dock. A little sign, little scrap metal sign hangs a little off of the shore that says, "Welcome to the Parsnip Scrap Heap." Off in the distance, about a good 50 feet off of the shore, you see this large driftwood and rusted iron wall, a fence surrounding a compound. Parsnip Scrapyard. This bright yellow and pink paint emanating off of the front sign. 2 large rusted metal doors separating the outside from the inside. As soon as the gangplank lands, Bryant disembarks and he's like, "So, like I said, good friends of mine. May not be the type of individuals that you're expecting, but they're good people. Never steered me wrong before. Almost like family. So, when dealing with them, take that into consideration, please."
I'll be on me best behavior, matey.
That's all I ask. So, shall we?
All right, let's go.
Yes, let's.
So, as you come to the door, Bryant raps on it 3 times, and the door there's a brief moment, but the door slowly starts to be pulled apart. As you can see on the door itself, it says "Parsnip Scrap Heap. One person's trash is a possum's treasure."
Say parsnips.
And as the door opens, standing in front of you is about a 4.5 foot tall, very rotund possum dressed in a very large white bonnet and apron. In its hand is a very well used silver ladle. Looks like there's a couple dents around it, as well as it's maybe impacted a couple skulls here and there. Big toothy grin the moment she sees Bryant. She runs over and gives him a hug. Oh, Bryant, it has been too long, my dear. Oh, let me get a look at you. You've at least been eating. You've got some meat on your bones, finally. Oh, you brought friends as well. And Bryant smiles and he looks back at the rest of you. Yes, everyone, may I introduce Mama Plum Parsnip.
And Rory takes her hat and does a bow to her.
And she's like, oh, none of that. Any friend of Brian's is a friend of mine.
It's a pleasure.
So, what brings you here today?
Shopping.
What kind of shopping? She kind of like looks around, and you see that there are just like mounds and heaps of refurbished wood and scrap metal and cannons and ballista and decorative fronts for ships that have been long since harvested.
I think my crew will fill you in on that. What do we need?
I do have a list. Shall we break it down by groups?
Yes, but you know what? Let me get the captain so she can point you in the direction that needs to be going. I need to get back to my soup. We don't need that burning. Oh, by the way, do you want any soup? It's lovely.
I think we just ate. Bryant just fed us a nice meal. Did he learn to cook from you?
Oh, I don't want to brag, but I did introduce him to the craft. And Bryant kind of looks back at you and he's like, you definitely want the soup.
We'll have the soup.
I'll never say no to free food.
I was
Perfect.
gonna say, I don't know why she's speaking when I'm hungry. I totally want soup.
I will get 6 bowls of soup. And
Yeah.
she reaches into her apron, pulls out a small silver whistle, and she blows on it. She's like, the captain will be here shortly. And her and Bryant wander off back towards this this makeshift shack in the center of like the entire compound. Little bit of time passes as you hear the drag and clank of metal sort of hopping along the dirt of the scrapyard, as around a small pile of metal comes out another possum, about 3.5 feet tall, a little bit younger looking than Mama Plum, dressed in a very long flowing pirate captain's coat, obviously too big for this little possum. It sort of like drags its coattails behind her. One of the sleeves are missing. It looks like it's been patched up in areas. Got a tricorn hat on that seems to have been a mishmash of various tricorns that have been sewn together. Very large, like golden feathered plumes sticking out of it. Her eyes are 2 separate colors. One is like this very vibrant blue, like almost matching the color of the sea. The other one is this very bright green. On her hip is this long captain saber. Again, way too big for her. This is probably belonged to a human, but she wears it with pride. She walks up to all of you and sort of stands up and rubs a bit of dirt off of her face. Oh, you're the one. I'm the one. I'm supposed to help you. You're the one Mama called about.
Yes.
Oh, well, it's pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Captain Penelope Parsnip,
Rory Skysong.
captain of the
Captain Rory Skysong. I guess.
captain of the trash heap. As she points out to a ship that's like just again a mishmash of metal and wood that, if in any other sense of seamanship, doesn't look like it would be able to sail, but this thing is outfitted to the teeth with harpoons and ballista and cannons, and it looks like it can hold its own in a fight, at least.
Wow. Nice ship.
Yes, we had to build that one when the other one sank, but trash heap, holds its own. We get a lot of scrap with that. So
We have a ship to outfit. Something that we'd like to be able to hold its own as well.
ship to outfit. Perfect. Okay, so everyone needs different outfitting. What kind of outfitting do you need?
I turn to Pearl and the rest.
Okay, so is Bryant about right now or not?
No, Bryant went off with Mama Plum back to the like the central shack in the scrapyard.
Okay, would I know whether he had secured any alcoholic beverages in addition to what he was bringing or no?
You don't really know what he secured. He said that he had supplies to last a couple weeks, and that was about it.
Okay, well, if we start with the gallery, as I'm sure Mama Plum would think is one of the most important, almost like the heart of the ship, as it were. In addition to whatever Bryant has, we would supplement that with necessary kitchenware, tables and benches for us to sit down for a meal. 2 casks of red wine, and Pearl nods to Rory. 1 cask of rum per crew member, and that in
And as you're saying this to her, you see like her eyes are going like a little cross-eyed. I'm sorry. I need to know who you want, what you need, so I could point you to the right person.
Okay.
I'm just the captain.
All right. So we basically have this ship that has been stripped down. So we'll need to provision the galley, and then we will need sails and rigging. We definitely need armaments, and we will need a few additional navigational and cartography items.
Perfect. So, for anything galley related, you're going to want to talk to my sister Persimmon. She's over in the main shack with Mama. They're cooking up some soup right now. For weaponry, you're going to want to talk to my brother Pyro. He is he kind of points over to like the back left, where you can see just this large plume of black smoke.
Yes, he'll be easy to find.
For sails and everything like that, you're going to want to talk to my brother Pierre. He's over, kind of motions over to a more neatly designed section of the scrapyard, as it has a lot of like freshly cut planks of wood and like a loom and everything that they've used to mend their own sails. And then for anything that you need outfitted on the ship or repaired on the ship or anything, you're gonna want to talk to my brother and sister. They're twins. You can find them actually down there, and she points out to the beach where you see this pair of almost identical twin possums. One wearing just all black, the other wearing all white. And their names are Pitter and Patter.
Oh my goodness.
The yin and yang twins, I see.
Yeah, she's just I don't know why they do that. They change their clothes. They change their clothes and aesthetic like every week. right now it's opposites. Sometimes it's the same thing, or other times they just steal our clothes and wear them.
Children be children, matey. 'Tis quite normal.
Yes, but they are very good shipwrights. They know the ins and outs and ups and downs and topsies and turvies and to and fro's.
Well, I'd be one to say that regardless of age, skill be what matters.
What's this captain's name again?
Penelope.
Penelope.
And every one of the possums in this scrapyard have the surname of Parsnip.
So cute. Dying.
Okay, so I have all their names and what we need to see them for down. And Pearl's busily scribbling some notes so she can keep everything straight. And she's got this quite a long list. It's on parchment and it's extensive. So, Captain Rory, where shall we start?
Yes, and as Cass put in chat, every one of their names starts with an O, like you would with a possum.
Oh gosh.
The O is silent on everything. The O is silent on everything, but
I love it. I love it.
Oh,
You see Rory already was like, where's the soup?
oh, the soup's gonna be at the shack.
She was already kind of like walking towards there when Pearl calls. Like Rory's thought like, oh, I did my job. I'm done.
Yep.
Like,
And the shack is also where you anybody would need though whoever's going to be talking about outfitting the galley, that's where they would also talk to Persimmon.
okay, that's perfect then.
Pearl, what you figure that out. I trust your judgment.
Okay. I may want you to do. I mean, can you ask Bryant how we'll be negotiating the prices? Or like, do we just ask for everything we want and then we negotiate one price? Or
Don't worry
Do you
about
wanna
the
find-
price. We'll figure that out.
okay,
I'm
I'll
sure.
handle the negotiation of the price. You just start telling them what we want, and then I'll negotiate price after you say what you listed aloud.
okay. So I'll sort of be moving at a brisk pace to keep up with Rory, and make our way to that cooking shack.
All right, and
Do you want the details of, like, I have an Excel spreadsheet. Do you?
I mean, you are the
We've
quartermaster.
thought of this shit.
So, yeah, if you want to like just give me like, cause I heard you say like red wine and stuff like that. So, what I'll do is when we get to like the certain areas that you're gonna be negotiating, like the Parsnip family has pretty much different packages that they sell depending on how much gold you want to spend for that. So
Okay.
it's sort of like a bulk buy.
Okay. So what we came up with actually as a group, because we did work on this and thought about it. So basically, extra things for the galley that would round out what was there. We also, assuming that the ship was stripped down, we indicated some furnishings and things and hammocks. We weren't sure how many officers' quarters and how many crew quarters there were. So we even included things like hammocks and foot and blockers.
The basic crew necessities. Yeah.
Furnishings for the captain's quarters, and we weren't sure who had what. Then also additionally, which would be important, would be a map table, and if they're available, an actual set of cartography maps for the area that would be a starting point.
Okay, so for furnishings and everything like that, that would be
that would be the twins.
no, that would be Pierre. Pierre would be the one you would talk
that would
to.
be Pierre as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much, the twins are just going to be anything that you buy that needs to be installed. They're the ones who are going to be outfitting the ship. but you're
Okay.
gonna deal with the possums in here to purchase what you need, and then they'll be sent out.
So how much detail shall I go into, say,
well-
to start with
well,
persimmon?
So as you're getting closer to the shack, it just smells heavenly. Whatever soup Mama Plum is cooking up is like probably one of the best things you have ever smelled.
Is that where the rest of the crew is right now? Is that why they're all so silent?
I think everybody's just following you to the central shack.
Actually, Cannonball's gonna start roaming the scrapyard and seeing if I can find anything that catches my eye at some point.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, or just...
I mean, it's Cannonball. We have an unhealthy obsession with anything explosive.
Okay.
Particularly cannons.
Perfect. So those of you who are going to the central shack, again, it's just most wonderful thing that you've smelled. And as you get closer, you notice that there's a small picnic table set up, and there are 6 bowls of soup already set out for each of you. Mama Plum kind of like gives you just a friendly wave as she's like wiping her hands on her apron, and you can see that Bryant is sort of like kicked up in a window, just like sitting there with his leg dangling off, and he's like having like a small conversation with Mama Plum. He's got a very beautiful looking stein in his hand as he's like just like slowly drinking out of it, and they're like talking and laughing with one another.
There's no hesitation from Shara once she spots the food. Just making a beeline for it, sitting down and having at it.
Okay. And as you take a taste of this, can you roll me 2d10?
Do you want the numbers separately or added together?
Added together.
11.
11. You gained 11 temporary hit points.
Rory's gonna grab a bowl and then find a spot over by Mama Plum and Bryant and kind of listen in and just like kind of listen to their conversation and maybe join in every now and then.
Okay. So the soup will give you 11 temporary HP for the next 4 days.
Oh, damn.
As this soup is just like all sorts of different like fish and like seaweed and crustaceans have just been put into this pretty much into like a clam bake, and just it's the most wonderful thing you've ever tasted.
And that's
Whenever we
11 for each
finish-
of us?
Yes, that will be 11 for each of you.
Oh wow. Okay.
So anybody who partakes of the soup for the next 4 days, when you like at the start of a long rest or whatever, you will get 11 temporary HP.
Yes.
Oh, every day.
Every day you'll have 11
Yeah.
temporary HP setting for it. It won't stack.
days.
It won't stack, but every day you'll have 11 temporary HP waiting for you at the start of the day.
Good soup.
Pearl's going to see where Cannonball sits, and she's going to probably have to stand up to be tall enough to.
Cannonball
He's wandering
wandered
around.
off. Like
Oh.
it's at this point in time that you look around and Cannonball's not there.
Oh, because I was going to tear off the part of the parchment that had the list for the armaments and give it to him.
We could say you did that while he was walking off, right?
Yeah, if I
If you
saw
wanna
him heading
retcon-
off
yeah.
that way.
If you want to retcon it
prob-
and like throw him the piece of paper as like he's wandering off, yeah.
Yeah, I'll rip out the section that's the part about all the armaments that we had discussed and hand it to him if he's going in that direction.
Can Cannonball read?
Oh yeah, so he's
Okay.
he's not illiterate.
I didn't know. Some
Can he
people. It's a question that I ask. Some people like
it's-
choose their characters to be illiterate.
Yeah, it's a
11
fair
That's
question.
fair.
Keo
11,
couldn't read.
11 intelligence. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed,
Yeah.
but he does know how to read.
That's true.
Hold
Keo
on,
did.
you're-
Keo didn't know how to read.
Oh my god, you're a freaking tome warlock and you can't read. That'd be so funny and messed up.
No, he knows how to read. Like I said, not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he does know how to read.
Rory, can you give me a investigation roll, since you're sort of just hanging around Bryant and Mama Plum as they're talking to one another?
Yeah, she's actively listening and joining in the conversation. It's gonna be a 14.
A 14. So Mama Plum pretty much regales you with tales of Bryant in his youth, when they were serving on the same ship together, and how she technically raised this scrawny boy into the image of a man that he is today. She taught him everything that he knows about cooking. And he sort of backs her up in her story every now and then, you know, saying that if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have ownership of the bounty back in town. Him and his sister would have been worse off for it. She is practically like an adopted mother to him.
I would like to, during this conversation, come off as like, she's just trying to exude like genuine interest and like sweet, like be kind of strong but sweet, and like she's just trying to win over Mama Plum a little bit.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. Give me a persuasion roll. If you're trying to butter up Mama Plum.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, definitely butter up Mama Plum. I need a calculator. 22.
Wow. Okay. So you butter up Mama Plum completely. She is in love with you. Like, she just thinks you are just the perfect child. As she's like, "Oh my, you are so kind, you are so well behaved."
It's a little weird.
Like,
for her,
her eyes are just like big and sparkly. Her hands are like in front of her face. She's like, "Would you like some cake?"
I would love some cake. I love stories, and you're just such a great storyteller. And just to hear about
And
Brian's
as
like
you're buttering her up,
smiles and giggles.
you see there's like a little happy skip in her step as she goes into the back. She pulls out the small like bunt pan and pulls off the top, and you see like this beautifully delicious looking pineapple upside down cake as she just cuts you off like a big piece and like sits it down and brings it over to you.
I've never seen or smelt anything more lovely. Thank you. What a sweet treat. Bryant, do you want to share it with me?
As he just grins like, "You couldn't stop me if you tried."
Okay. So she gets 2 forks and gets closer. She basically sits over on, is he on like a windowsill or something?
He is up in the windowsill.
She's gonna pop up there and scooch in there and kind of eat this cake.
Can I get a wisdom saving throw when you bite into this cake?
Oh no. Okay. Oh no. This is gonna... Oh no. Why do I keep rolling that same number? Okay. A 15.
A 15. This thing is so deliciously sweet and moist. You have to hold back tears of joy as you bite into it. It's just perfection incarnate. And it just makes the mood just a little bit lighter and a little bit better around. Your whole demeanor brightens up as like any clouds of doubt, any worries just seem to melt away.
Like some of Rory's facade melts away a little bit too, and she just kind of gets a very genuine, silly, dopey smile.
That little guard that you have just melts away.
Yeah, because she always has a very like specific pretty smile, but it like goes to this dopey smile. She's just like, "Oh my god, this is really good."
And Plum is just sitting there like staring at the two of you, and she's got just like this very happy smile on her face. And she just starts laughing to herself as she goes back into the kitchen and starts working on something else.
Does it affect Bryant at all? Like, what's his expression?
You could see tears just streaming down his cheeks as he's eating into this.
I laugh and tease him a little bit, jab him in the side, to continue eating.
It's good.
It is. It is.
He's like, oh. He kind of like dries the tears off. He's like, and he like reaches down and he picks up this very nice, beautifully bound book. And she gave me this.
What is? Don't tell me.
It's her recipes.
No.
I have finally earned her confidence in having my own. He kind of like slips the book into his coat.
I'm speechless. If you can learn to make this, wait.
I mean,
no.
most of the food that you have eaten is based off of her original recipes.
I could tell instantly when I smelled it. It smelled like you're cooking.
Just the greatest, isn't it?
Yeah.
He just takes another big bite of the pineapple cake and just almost instantly like waterworks coming down his face as he's eating.
I think Rory starts to cry a little bit at that point too, with more bites.
Pearl, as you are sitting there eating your soup, another possum in like a bright red apron just plops down next to you and just kind of stares at you. So I heard you had orders for foodstuffs.
Yes. Now that Brian's here, we could confer with him to see what he has, but some of us did have some concerns about making sure that we had adequate alcoholic beverages in addition to basic foods.
Oh yeah, beer. Gotta have beer. Well?
Yeah, we were wondering about rum. Is that possible?
Oh, of course. Rum.
Okay.
Rum.
So,
she kind of like, it's like, it kind of giggles a little and it's like, rum's basic, but we have it. As she brings this big book and just slams it down onto the table. She's like, as you will see that here at our little storehouse, we have a variety of options for you to purchase. And she kind of opens up the books. And you see that there are like detailed lists of different foodstuff packages that you can buy, ranging at anywhere from just like the basic common supplies that you would need on a trip, all the way up to like if you were hosting like a captain's feast on your ship, all the way like, and even beyond, up to where if this was like for some reason you had a party yacht and you were hosting 600 people festivity.
So Pearl will thumb through the pages and try to find one that basically would sustain us comfortably for, say, a week, 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks. Do you think?
Each one of the packages each of the packages comes in a minimum of 1 month.
Okay, so a 1 month package that would be fairly, basic but nice, so we could eat nicely, but would also include alcoholic beverages, and if I didn't see it, I'd ask about red wine for Rory and some honey mead for Pearl. And then Pearl is also going to ask if fishing rods would be something that would be included with this to catch fish as we go, or if that would be someone else I talk to.
No, you could talk to my brother. He might be able to whip you up some fishing rods. deal with the food and the drink here. But yes, so if you want, comfortable eating, it'd be like this middle tier package here. It comes with your choice of 3 alcoholic beverages. I know you mentioned rum and honey wine and or honey mead and red wine. We can easily do that. I've got casks of it at the back, but we can do all of this, and this is about 500 gold for this package right here for what per month.
I think that would be perfect. 1 month then.
1 month supply. Okay, and she kind of takes out a little notepad and writes it down. And as like she like kind of like checks it off, she just makes an audible click. She just goes and just keeps going. Is there anything else you want food wise, or just this for now?
I'll look over to Bryant. Excuse me, Bryant, do you have all of the kitchen utensils and everything you need? And is there a table and chairs or table and benches in the galley?
He kind of like looks over, and you can just see like tear-stained cheeks and everything. And he's like, Pearl, to be honest, it's in a sorry state. We have a bench, and all of the tools that we have is what I brought from the bounty.
Okay, so realizing that the furnishings are somebody else, I'll just kind of put that aside. And what about pots and pans though? Cookware?
You need cookware. We have that. And she picks up another book, and she's like, we have standard. As you can see that the list of the mundane items is just called and then executive chef, which I highly suggest you get.
Get him.
Well, I mean, given who we have as our chef, we don't just have a cook, we have a chef.
Yes.
So I really think that we absolutely would have to have the better package for him to
executive chef.
Executive chef to do his cooking justice.
Good girl, Pearl.
That will be another 200 gold.
Okay. And that comes with, I assume, plates and cutlery and suitable serving things as well.
Of course. It even comes with, stoves and everything installed, because if what Bryant says is a thing, he's using a hot plate right now. And well, we just can't have that.
No.
Madbird Streams, thank you for that raid.
Woohoo. Right.
She kind of dots that down. And what are as this conversation is going on, and Rory and Bryant have a moment over pineapple upside down cake. What are the rest of you up to?
I just want pineapple upside down cake.
I mean, I'm still roaming outside looking for any form of artillery we could get on the ship realistically.
Is that book that this adorable little possum brought out like on the table and open type of thing?
Yes.
As they're going over it?
Yeah.
Is it still open to the booze page?
You see that every one of the packages comes with separate variations of alcohol, but it's always like, buyer's choice of what that cask is. But there is a section for alcoholic beverages if you just want to purchase like in bulk, just bulk sections of alcohol itself.
Never say to Shara, would you like to purchase alcohol in bulk?
Yeah. She has a Costco card for it.
Just renewed my membership. Yeah, I'm just gonna like lean over and take a look at this book and see if there's anything in my price range of 1 platinum.
There is not.
There's not.
There is not, because everything is still separated in month
A
supply.
month at a time, yeah.
Yeah.
But I did allocate an extra cask of rum for Shara.
Right now secured is a month's supply of rum, a month's supply of honey mead, and then a month's supply of red wine.
I'll be back when I have more money.
Okay, so
So, Persimmon, I think that probably about covers it, unless there's something that you could suggest that I might have overlooked that I should be talking to you about.
if you got your food, you got your utensils. You're gonna have to talk to the rest other members of my family for anything else you need on the ship. But, you know, you don't want me selling you cannons or anything. I don't know much about them other than they make things blow up. But if by chance you ever come across a couple pearls, no pun intended on your name, but if you come across any pearls and say oysters or anything that you capture, keep me in mind. I trade specialties for those.
I certainly will. Should be easy enough for me to remember.
She kind of happily nods, grabs the two like large books, tucks them underneath her arms, and just kind of waddles off. Cannonball.
Yes, sir.
You're wandering around the scrapyard, just following the giant black plume of smoke. As you get closer, you can hear just random like explosions of cannon fire and something heavy just slamming into like mounds of just metal, and then another possum just gleefully giggling every time the cannons go off. And as you get closer, you see this rather frazzled looking possum sitting on top of a cannon. His hair is just all over the place. A little tip of the hair is on fire. His face is just covered in like black soot from gunpowder. He's got like a makeshift eye patch over one eye. Just these black fingerless gloves and just like patchwork clothing. It looks like have been frayed and singed by cannon fire and other pyrotechnics.
Awesome to me own heart.
He kind of like just like really excitedly looks at you. You need explosives?
The bigger the better, matey. The
I like
bigger
you
the
already.
better.
He kind of like hops off the cannon. You can see the tip of his tail has like a little spark of fire on it, and kind of just like wiggles it out. And he kind of just like hops on over to you. So what do you need?
Well, matey, one thing about me you'll learn is I like to dream big. So unless ye tell me you have a gun capable of punching through a dreadnought, find me your biggest one.
Gun capable of punching through a dreadnought? How big's your ship?
Not big enough, clearly.
I have a gun big enough to punch through a dreadnought, but you know, you gotta take in the size and build of the ship, because if not, the ship's either gonna roll or it's gonna sink or break in on it or catch on fire. Yeah, all of that has to be taken into consideration when dealing with such sophisticated weaponry.
Well, tell you what, matey. Instead of mounting it laterally, how about finding something you can mount me longitudinally that would be a little bit bigger, lengthwise?
You're looking for,
You know, like an actual
gun of sorts.
Oh, firearm. Oh, I've got a couple of those laying around somewhere.
No, I meant a cannon that's installed lengthwise on the ship instead of broadside.
Like a boat rifle?
Like a bow cannon, matey.
Bow.
You said you had something big for me.
Well, I do have a couple ballista, but I don't think I have a bow cannon yet.
Any way you could install it that way?
I would have to first build it. Bow cannon would take some rigorous testing, but can be done.
Well,
I don't know how long it's going to take, but I can definitely get to the drawing board on that one. Come back to me in about a month or so, and maybe I'll have the gist
and
of
what
it
do you
figured out.
have on hand?
Well, I've got cannons, I've got ballista, I've got scrap winches, I have cannonballs, I have ballista bolts of various sizes and uses, and then I have those. As he kind of just like points over to like just this small variety of crates with these glass orbs filled with like these various colored liquids, every one of them looking dangerous and volatile.
Well, if they be loaded with glass, matey, let me ask ye a question.
Loaded with glass. Ow. So
No, well, you said there were glass balls filled with, well, glass orbs
yeah,
filled with volatile
they're
liquids.
they're about like it looks like he's taken like small decanters and have turned them into grenades for the most part. Is what it looks like.
so
It looks like various beakers and bottles and stuff that he's turned into grenade-like weapons.
I'm assuming hand delivery in that case.
Hand delivery, slingshot delivery, if done right,
just
cannon
like-
delivery.
And just as likely as to make our ship combust should that crate break.
If not handled by a professional, yes.
Quite. You know what, matey? Show me that big cannon for giggles that can punch through a dreadnought.
And he just gets this big goofy grin as he just runs over and he pulls a lever, and there's like this just loud whine of gears just like grinding against each other as this large like howitzer like cannon just rises up from a platform. And it is probably the most beautiful thing that Cannonball has ever seen. It is finely worked metal. It's got like this golden dragon spiraling around the barrel where its mouth opens up, the barrel exit in between the jaws. A singular
It'd be beautiful.
yeah, a singular pull handle winch to fire it. Just in it, and it looks to be backloaded.
Wow, it bringeth a tear to me good eye. It's beautiful.
And he pulls a lever on the side of it, and the backloader contraption slides out, and you can see that it doesn't hold one cannonball. It holds 4 at a time.
Jesus.
And he goes,
I'll be damned if I don't find a way to fit this on our ship.
So this is what happens.
What's the weight on this thing?
As he walks over and he puts the 4 cannonballs into the thing and he slides it closed, locks it. You might want to stand back a bit. Actually, you want to do the honors?
May I? You can see that he's like a kid in a candy shop right now.
Please. Is that all you got to do? Plant your feet, take a deep breath, hold it, pull the winch.
I mean, with absolute pleasure, Cannonball here will
And-
take a deep breath, dig his heels into the ground as hard as he can here, and we will
And
pull the lever.
you
and
pull this,
yeah.
and a thunderous, repeated boom echoes throughout the scrapyard, kind of like jostling your bowls of soup and like unsettling the piles of scrap, as you all just see these 4 balls of fire launch out from somewhere deeper in the scrapyard, out through the sky, clearing the island and sailing out into the ocean until they're just like specks.
Yeah, no. What's the weight on this thing?
Far too much.
What's the weight of this thing?
Far too much for your ship to handle.
Disappointment is immeasurable. Mine day be ruined.
That doesn't mean we can't store it.
Now, like I said, you're gonna need a custom-made ship for this. Like, I would say no smaller than a man of war.
And how much would that set us back?
Well, we don't have a man of war. And you don't want it made out of scrap. You're gonna want it sturdy, heavy-duty material.
Yes, so again, Cannonball having sailed ships and whatnot here, how much would that set us back? Just so I know what to work
Give
towards
me-
if we decide to work that direction.
Go ahead and give me a... You know what? I'm gonna say go ahead and give me just a straight-up intelligence check.
Alright.
Oh no.
We got a 16 on the dice, which makes it, I believe, probably just still a 16. Yep.
16.
Mhm.
You're looking at hundreds of thousands of gold in order to have a custom man of war built for you.
So what I'd be hearing is we either pirate it or somebody needs to owe us a big favor. Got it.
Mhm.
It sounds like the kind of thing they would have for coastal defense.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It is a coastal defense cannon. But on a large enough ship, a strong enough ship, you can definitely mount it.
Right.
An aircraft
Would've been in
carrier,
it.
perhaps?
Yeah. A man of, pretty much a man of war. Like, man of wars would pretty much be your equivalent of an aircraft carrier. And you would definitely need the crew to handle that, so. He's like, but this this stays here until I can find it a home. Kind of
Sadly, be too good for me ship right now. It would be doing it a disservice, and I'd hate to see it sunk.
it kind of pulls a lever, and the gears whine and grind as it lowers back down into its hatch and its seals. But let's talk your price range. What kind of ship you got?
Well, that's one thing actually we've never really discussed. You did tell us it was a sailing ship, right?
It's
But
a
you
basic
never-
sailing ship, yes.
Yes. Sloop? Or are we talking like do you?
No, it's classified as a sailing ship.
Oh, flat out just as a sailing
Yeah.
ship. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's what we're gonna answer this guy then, and tell him, yeah, it's just a basic sailing ship right now, unfortunately.
Gotcha. So basic sailing ship, anywhere from 1 to, I'd say 6 cannons. Like, give me a moment. And he kind of like just quickly runs outside the scrapyard and takes a look at your ship, comes back. He's like, well, I can fully outfit it. That's not a problem. 6 cannons, maybe get a couple scrap winches on the front. Do you want a ballista? I mean, some people like them, some people don't. I honestly don't like them unless I'm running explosive tips. But it's all up to you. It's your ship.
I'd be in the same boat as ye for explosives, matey.
Okay, so 6 cannons.
I do have a question though. Sorry.
Yes.
Pause. The back of the ship, what does it look like?
The back of the ship, you mean where like the helmet and everything is at?
Yeah.
It's just pretty much the helm and the navigator's table and then behind it is just like an open deck with a couple like rope winches and everything for the sails.
Perfect. Would there be any way, and this is going to be Cannonball asking this, surely somebody such as yourself who's quite adept with explosives could answer me this. Would there be any way to retrofit good old... it is the...
The ballista?
No. I keep forgetting what the name of the back of the ship. I know the prow is the front. What's the back called?
The quarter deck. The front is called the forecastle. The back is called the quarter deck.
All right, so let's say the quarter deck here. Would there be any way to retrofit it in a way to have a cannon pointing to the back? We need something fast that can fire while getting away.
I can't really suggest putting a cannon up there, as it sort of puts the helmsman in danger, but
Below it, matey.
you would have to get the captain's approval, because that's where your captain's quarters are at right now. What I can suggest,
Converter efficiency, matey. What choose ye?
Set a I could put a ballista up on the forecastle and on the quarter deck, so you got something pointing forward and something backwards.
Well then, you mentioned explosive tips.
Well, of course. I mean, he kind of like walks over to like these large ballista bolts. He's like, you got your standard ones, iron tips, does the job. But what if you need to punch through something a little stronger than wood? That's when you have these. And it's another one of those iron tips, but you can see, or like the iron ballista, but you can see that the tips are sort of like reforged in this like bulky red metal.
Interesting.
You've heard of TNT, right?
Let me roll to see if he has. Intelligence again, I'm assuming?
They're mining explosives.
Well, I got 19, so yes, he would have heard of TNT.
So what I've done is I've practically strapped, for all intents and purposes, strapped a stick of dynamite to the tip of these. You shoot.
Now that'd be interesting.
You shoot, it hits, it blows up. And there's not really any sort of danger or misuse of them. I mean, unless you're going to start jamming them into decks. But simple, load in the ballista, point at what you want to blow up, and blow them up.
Sounds like a good idea.
So he wants 6 cannon, 2 ballista.
Make sure they're on a rotating pivot, matey, and you
of
got
course,
to
of course, nothing stationary. And you're gonna need armaments for this. I normally sell the cannonballs in a bulk of 20.
Right. So Cannonball's gonna nod. He's gonna say, "Indeed, matey. Our Courtar master had the ammo list drawn up already, though I don't think she accounted for ballistars."
Well, let me see the list. He kind of just like holds out his hand.
So that's the roll I'm assuming that Pearl gave us earlier, and on it you'll see the list. Actually, the list that we sent you had the weapons.
I can't open the list right now.
Right.
Actually, I was thinking of a deck cannon on the front, but I think that would be replaced with ballistas front and back. So
Yeah.
I've been making changes. I've got my copy up, and I'm making the changes as we're talking.
Perfect.
Okay.
Character there.
So like the 6 cannon, 2 ballista, what are you looking for ammunition wise? Are you like to hold you over? He sells the cannonballs in bulks of 20, and then he sells the ballista in bulks of 5.
Considering we've got 6 guns, I think 20 ammo is gonna go way fast. We'd probably want 40. You have chain shots?
Oh, of course we got chain shot. We got chain shot. We got grape shot. We got normal cannonballs.
Yeah. And how much do you sell each of these bulks for, matey?
Well, your standard 20 cannonballs are going to run you about 100 gold a pop.
For simple balls of iron, matey, ye think me a fool.
Yeah. You're coming to a scrapyard.
Exactly.
That makes me think you're desperate.
That makes me think steel be cheap if we be in a scrapyard, matey.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. You can make it with advantage, seeing as how you're kind of like an explosive expert yourself.
Well, my first dice was a 19, my second one's an 18. If you want me to add persuasion, that's +6, so that's a 25.
All right. You know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. Tell you what. We'll knock it down. And we'll say first time buyer, you can buy the bulk set a gold a ball.
Now we be talking, matey. And what can you do for the cannons?
Cannons, I mean, kind of like just like used car salesman stature and everything, just kind of motions out to a small yard where you just see various cannons that just have been like pulled off of the shipwrecks and just like reassembled and retrofitted and stuff like that.
You're not about to try to sell me an extended cannon warranty, are you, matey?
No, of course not. I just made sure that all of them are retrofitted and secure enough to take care of business.
Fine. Well, how much will 6 set me back?
6.
And the good ones. Don't sell me the junk.
Of course, every one of them here is good ones. He's kind of like, you think I'm gonna sell crap cannons?
Well, at least not to somebody who knows what he's talking about, I'm hoping.
He goes, 6 cannons, each cannon's gonna run you about 150 each. And you know with that previous roll that you know that that's actually a good price for a cannon. He's not like trying to charge you the full price for the cannons because these are obviously just pulled off of wreckages. So he knows that they're not top of the line or that they'll do their job, but they're nothing special.
All right. And you mentioned the ballista.
Now, if you're looking to only get the base ones, again, let's say 5 gold each.
And you're talking about the ammo, or you're talking about the actual ballista here when you're saying that?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the ammo.
No.
Ballista same as the cannons, 150.
Let me do the math here. That's plus another 300. All right.
Yeah,
Tell you what, matey. I'm sure the captain will have no problem with the weaponry. I'll take the ammo myself. Sue, we're gonna buy. You said we're getting 1 cannonball for 1 gold, correct?
A gold a ball.
A gold a ball. Okay, we're gonna buy. Heck, at this point, make sure we don't run out for a while. Cannonball bill. I'll buy. We'll make it a good. Yeah, we'll make it 60 of the regulars,
Okay.
and I'll pay for it all myself. We'll take 20 of the chain shots,
Okay.
20 of the grape shots,
Chain shots are gonna run you about 10 gold each.
double two.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's a bit more than double,
and
but-
grape shot is about 15.
Okay.
Because they are specialty ammo.
Right. Yeah. So we said what 20. Give me a minute here to keep math. This is the
So the
this is the math part
chain
we all
shot
love.
would be 200.
Yeah.
And then how many grape shots do you want?
200. We said 60 for the regular ones. We said, well, you said 20 grape shots. Sorry, you said how many were the grape shots? 15?
15.
Mhm.
That's 300, if memory serves. And then we had. Okay, so yeah, no, you know what? We'll unfortunately only be able to take 10 of the grape shots, but that's fine. We shouldn't need that much more. They're mostly anti-personnel when there's boarding action. So
Yep.
we'll take 10 actually for 150 here. So that's
Pretty much when you
350.
want to turn your cannon into a shotgun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same thing with the chain shots. Actually, I mean, really, you don't need realistically 20 of them.
No.
So I'll go with 10 actually. Which brings us up to 310 gold right now. I still have about 30 gold to spend, and so you said the ballista, the explosive ballista, were what? 5 gold a pop.
Did I say the ballista? I think I said the normal ballista was 5 gold a pop.
Ah, how much
The
is
explosives are gonna run you 10.
Oof. All right. Well, we've got 30 gold left. We'll take 3 of those. That's all I can afford right now. And if the boss wants to put in more, she can put in more.
3 more, or 3 of the explosives.
Yep.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll pay that 340 out of pocket.
Yeah. And you see that he's writing all of this down.
The only other thing I have on that list is the brass monkeys to hold the cannonballs, if we have to worry about that.
Oh no, that comes with that comes with like the ammunition. You get a ammo rack in order to store everything.
Perfect.
Like a shipping pallet for cannonballs.
Pretty much. You get a Costco pallet of cannonballs. It's perfectly safe.
Oh my god.
So considering the big purchase we'd be making, matey, can we settle for 320?
What's the total right now?
340.
340. Give me another persuasion roll, but this time normal.
Yep. Nat 20. I'm not even joking here. You don't believe me?
You said nat 20. That's all I need to hear. He's like, you know what? I like you. You're a fellow explosives aficionado. Yeah, 320.
Give ye a promise too, matey. Should I get me hands on a ship capable of handling it, I'll come back for that beautiful, beautiful Bertha you showed me earlier.
I'll be here waiting.
Yeah. So we're gonna take that ammo. We're gonna get back to the shack, I believe, where everybody's eating.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll take the list back there. We'll sit down and at the table and look at good old Captain Rory here and tell her, well, matey, I took care of the ammunition, and the armaments will set us back about 1,200.
Fine. That sounds like a really good deal, actually.
6 cannons and 2 ballistas. I did me best.
That's excellent. Well done.
I believe on that note, I've earned myself some grub.
And I believe he'll pull one of those soup bowls if there's any of them left.
Oh yeah, no, and if there wasn't, Mama Plum would happily pour you one.
Speaking of armaments, Bryant, Mama Plum, do you guys ever find any interesting, like weapons at the bottom of the sea?
Oh,
Things
we
like
do.
daggers, rapiers.
Oh, we have a lot of special inventory.
Anything significantly less cursed, but useful?
Dear, I'm a possum, not a magician. I couldn't tell you if it's blessed or cursed. All I know is they're not normal.
I would love to have a look at it, if you don't mind.
I'll tell you what, after you and your friends rummage about the scrapyard for what you need on your ship, I'll take you all down to the restricted section and show you about, see if there's anything that catches your eye or anything you want to risk. Again, I don't know if it's cursed or if it has a monster inside of it or is going to summon a world-ending dragon. We just find stuff, and if it's glowing or humming or if it looks special, we just throw it down there and we don't mess with it.
It's probably a good practice.
But
yes,
anybody brave enough to do it, yeah, they can go down and have their pick of the litter.
I'm sure there will be some of us who are, myself included.
Come in.
I figured.
Not me.
And as the group is sitting here talking, an older looking possum in like almost a woodworker's apron sort of walks into the area of the shack, just wood chips and everything just all over his face. You can see that like the hair around his eyes and like around the side of his head are pressed down from like the use of like some form of like safety goggle. Hey Ma, these the people? And she smiles and she nods. She's like, yeah, perfect. Everyone, this is Pierre, my eldest. He's the one you're gonna want to talk to for any of the ship retrofitting or your benches or beds or anything that you need to take care of. You know, he's a master at what he does.
Excellent.
And it smiles. He's like, oh, so I took a look at the ship out there. No offense to be issued to any of you, but I'm surprised it held together.
Oh, it's brand new purchase.
Brand new?
Purchase.
No, brand new purchase.
Let's say you got ripped off.
In progress.
We got
No,
a really
it's
decent price, actually.
Well,
not bad for what she's worth, at least.
I hope you don't mind. I helped myself to the boat, looked around, made some notes, made some calculations and suggestions for everything that you and your current crew and future crew are going to need. And he kind of just hands he sees that Pearl has like a pretty much a laundry list of like items. He hands it over to Pearl, and the grand total for like the entire retrofitting, like the whole paint, your beds, your foot lockers, everything like that is going to run you about 2,000 gold. But
Does that include like the captain's quarters?
includes the captain's quarters, the officers' quarters, the crew quarters, the galley, the cargo hold, just like everything of the ship. It like the retrofitting of the exterior of the ship, so the hull is pretty much fortified, so it has a damage threshold that opposing enemy fire has to beat in order to even damage it. So it's going to run you about 2,000.
Do you mind if I have a bit of a closer look at this?
Oh, be my guest.
Oh, okay.
What about for
This
friends, friends and family discount?
That is the friends and family discounts.
Ah,
so now this does this include when you talk about the retrofitting? Does it include like all the winches and the sails and everything? Now I noticed that this boat, it seemed like it might have had 4 rowboats on it originally, but they don't seem to be there now.
They don't.
Would that be included in that price?
Unfortunately, no. We don't have any rowboats to sell at the moment.
got it.
Unfortunately,
Dinghies?
we don't.
No sort of life.
The only flotation
boats?
device that we have here with us right now is the trash heap itself.
Oh my, that's not
All right.
ideal.
It's not ideal, but I can only work with what I got.
Okay.
Now I can custom make you some rowboats, but that's going to take some time.
No, time we don't have. The list looks to be in order, Captain Rory.
All right.
I do want to speak to somebody about set of maps as well, but I don't think that's within Pierre's purview here.
You're gonna want to talk to Piccolo. He's
Okay.
There's another one.
yes,
Ah,
Piccolo
okay.
Parsnip.
Now also, the anchor and chain though, is that part of this retrofitting? It's not woodworking, but
If it belongs on a ship, it's gonna be included in the package.
okay.
So you're gonna have anchor and chain
yeah.
and winches and everything that tie cargo down. Like, I'm giving you a full retrofitting of the ship.
That sounds
Okay. Now, I noticed at the front that it looked like it possibly had a metal figurehead that would have been used for ramming. Is that what are we looking at there now?
I can include a ram on the front if you wish. I just need to know. Well, you're gonna have to make a selection from what we have, but if you wish it to be installed, I can put it on there for a fair price.
Would you throw it in?
Give me
Since
a
you don't have any
persuasion roll.
lifeboats. I don't know. I'd like to defer to Captain Rory on this if I could, please. What do you think, Captain?
And Bryant, it just like is like leaning back, just like with a stupid grin on his face, watching you be put in the spotlight.
just
I
look at
don't
him.
think I can make that decision, Captain. That really is something that you would have to negotiate, I think.
Of course. I mean, I'd rather not ram things personally, but having the option is always beneficial. How much what do you have lying around? What have you picked up from any recent shipwrecks that wouldn't be too much trouble? I'm sure maybe something that's maybe not as pretty, that might not bring as much of a
I mean,
price.
if you want my honest opinion, that's a human-made ship. You don't really need a ram. If it was dwarven made or anything that's built for a little more of head-on collision, or trying to use a little ship-on-ship damage, maybe. But
Yeah. What about something for aesthetics?
aesthetics, we have aesthetic rams as well. I mean, with what we got here, I could put one on for you for 100 gold.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're already working on the ship, I mean, how hard is it really just to add something that's already in existence? No need to craft anything new, just
Give me
shine something old up.
give me that persuasion roll.
I mean, we are spending quite a bit of money, and Bryant is like a brother to you, after all. Can't have him sailing in something shabby. Okay. Oh, low roll for me. Oh, but it's gonna be a 10 because I'd automatically get that. So 18.
18. He's like, yes, I'm gonna be doing all the work and everything, but I gotta make a profit as well. So I can put one on for 100 gold. He got a 24.
That's fine. You can't win them all.
Can't win 'em
And
all.
they've been really nice to
Yeah,
us.
I got a natural 20. So again, you can blame HP Fox's dice for that one.
That's fine. Rory looks back and probably sees Bryant with a smug look on his face.
Oh yeah.
Very well. What options do you have?
What would you like? Let's put it that way.
Do you have a siren?
We have a ton of sirens.
She looks around at the group. That's just my preference, but I'm open for discussion. Anyone else have any ideas what they might want?
I mean, call me old-fashioned, matey, but I was good with the idea of an actual functional ram.
Well, we can't have that. The ship isn't built for it.
Sounds like we need a lot of upgrades, including the ship. Just
Yep.
the ship.
Siren it is. Thank you.
Siren. Perfect. Add that on the list. I'm happy that you're getting one of these because it means I get to piss the twins off.
Oh, how so?
They don't like setting up the rams, but any chance for me to bring grief to them is a wonderful day. So he kind of laughs as he walks off with like his copy of the list as he goes back over to where his workstation is to make sure that he's got all the tools and everything for the twins to get working on the retrofitting of the ship.
Rory just looks back at Brant and Mama Plum and raises an eyebrow.
Eldest picking on the youngest.
Ah. Yeah, I don't really have an understanding for that. Oh, about we didn't get a pricing for the galley supplies. Where were we at with that? Persimmon.
Actually, I did get all of that.
Yep.
Oh, you did?
Food and pots and pans and everything, like, well, the galley being built essentially has been taken care of.
Oh, okay.
That was 700 in total, 500 for the supplies, and then 200 basically for like the kitchenware, plates, cutlery.
That was the executive setup price and everything?
Yeah, the executive setup.
That was, yeah.
That
700.
way
Okay.
Pirate Gordon Ramsay has a place to work.
Yes, he has to. He has to make us good food so that we're awesome. Or crying. Guess it's a toss-up, but... Got it. What else are we needing? Are we missing anything?
Ship had a crow's nest, correct?
The ship has a crow's nest, yes.
Okay. I don't suppose for our list we could have a little something extra, such as God, what's it called? Oh my God, I just looked this up last time too. The spyglass. There you go.
Well, maybe they have
Actually,
nice-
that's part of the navigator's tools.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, I meant more like a tripod situation up in the crow's nest.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh.
like that can be thrown in on there.
Okay.
Good thought.
The only thing I would be concerned about is if we can get a set of maps for the area, and we had also talked about fishing rods and harpoons and things like that.
That is included on the list for your for the stuff that Pierre gave you. That it has there are a couple sets of fishing poles and fishing harpoons that are being included in the retrofitting.
Okay.
I was
So
just
the-
gonna say fishing gear would be
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah,
All right,
that's all
good.
on here.
Perfect.
So, and then, like, is there like a manual controlled, like, emergency rudder too as part of this? In case the steering, like, in case something happens to the wheel?
Well, yeah, there's rudder control. That's like it's pretty much the retrofitting of the ship is making this thing fully operational that you can take out into deep water and not have to worry about anything.
So the only thing that I see that stands out that we're really missing would be the fact that there's no lifeboats or dinghies.
I mean, we can get lifesavers.
That's not
If you
kind of the
stay
same
afloat.
thing. The,
I know, but
the-
I mean, I don't have it. It's a backup, better than
yeah,
floaties.
no, but I'm thinking more a little boat for scouting, but maybe somewhere else
Yeah.
we might be able to pick one up. So would we be able to get any maps there from them, like a set of the charts of the charts of the area?
So as you ask for maps, there's just a long draw of a violin as sliding up next to you is a very like eccentrically dressed possum. Bright red, it's like bright red coat, bright red pants, all lined in gold, just like a very wide brimmed red and gold like musketeer hat.
Piccolo.
Yep. as Piccolo Parsnip settles down next to you and sets his violin up onto the table. So I hear you need maps.
Yeah, the person to talk to would be
Me.
her. Yes, but you need to talk to her. And I point to Jenka.
As he
Oh,
kind
my
of
name.
looks over at Jenka. So I hear you need maps.
Maps would be extremely useful.
Yes, they are. What kind of maps you need?
Any and all, really. Charted, uncharted. Anything, the more details, the better as far as sandbanks, reefs, deeper waters, maybe perhaps even dangerous areas. And I'm not talking about the offbeat ones.
Offbeat? No, these are personally charted maps. These aren't salvaged from wrecks like the rest of the scrap around here. These are handmade maps that I myself have created on our many journeys out on the trash heap.
Really now. How much are you willing to part with these?
Well, you want a detailed map of the dangers, banks, pretty much almost like a geological survey of the surrounding area. Kind of like reaches into like a side satchel with just like a ton of maps in them. Pulls out one, he sets it down. This one will have pretty much all of the known dangerous sailing locations for around Tricorn, as well as a couple areas to avoid out in the deeper water that we ourselves have encountered. It's not a full map because we haven't explored the entire ocean, but it's where we've been. Now,
That would be incredibly useful.
copy of this, 20 gold.
Done.
Perfect.
Much appreciated.
I'll have it for you tomorrow. I need to draw you up.
No problem. Not gonna bother haggling because my shit. So
Because my charisma sucks.
Charisma's my stat.
Oh no.
I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Oh crap! I just had something else I was gonna ask. Damn it. I lost it. Oh no. Photography. Nope, I lost it. I'm gonna have to come back. I had to follow up on something for equipment, and I just completely lost it. Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I'll definitely give him the gold and be like, all right, I look forward to tomorrow then.
he kind of nods and gives you a little tip of his hat and begins to skip on off down the little dirt road of the scrapyard, playing his violin as he does.
Interesting fellow.
Oh, he's quite Mama Plum kind of like peeks out her head from one of the windows. Oh, he's quite talented, dear.
I'm
Every
excited to see what he shows.
Every family needs a bard.
Couldn't tell. Flamboyant.
Speaking of, I think during this time when Rory can she hear some of his music at all?
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna take up her own violin and just for the people that are in the shack for now, feeling inspired by the possum family and just how like efficient they are. Each one has like their own role and everything. She starts playing a song that's sort of like upbeat and almost bouncy, and it puts in mind of small working creatures kind of, and the chords sound, the tones sound different, but then they blend, like they come together like they're supposed to work together, like they're different but when it comes together, it's beautiful, and but it's very playful and sort of like light in sound, and kind of gives people a sense of the sea and the breeze at the same time as some these things kind of working together. So it's all these things kind of pulling together, inspired by seeing the family and this sort of light, playful song that she's playing from her violin.
Go ahead and give me a performance roll.
Okay.
And you know what? For giggles, Cannonball, who's eating, is gonna start just drumming his spoon on the table.
Yeah.
And cannonball on the spoons.
Yeah.
Right? The old man doing stupid things.
Does that mean he's giving me advantage?
You know what? Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Cannonball.
Cannonball is assisting with his professional spoon play.
I mean, that's an 18. That's an 18, nonetheless, on the performance,
Hey, the spoons are a valuable instrument.
right?
I got a 21.
A 21. Okay, so everybody here can give themselves inspiration.
Nice.
So as you are playing this little happy go lucky melody, you both Mama Plum and Persimmon are dancing in the kitchen as they're working on the night's meal, as they're just currently like whisking up dinner and everything and just having a grand old time, skipping and hopping around the kitchen. A little bit into the song, Pyro comes in and he starts dancing around the group, kind of like doing like these very like excited rolls and backflips and everything. And like one by one, the rest of the family starts like trailing in for dinner.
Yay. I think Rory's dancing among them too, because she does sort of like a Lindsay Sterling-esque, like that's the type of performer she is.
But like as you're getting into it, Piccolo hears the sound of another violin playing, which instantly makes him turn around and come back into the kitchen area as he joins you.
Yay.
And the two of you just like skip around and everything, just have a grand old time. So dinner is served to everyone, and Mama Plum looks at you and is like, it's gonna take some time for the ship to be ready. You are more than welcome to stay here. We have plenty of rooms. Help yourselves to the bounty of food. No, don't hesitate to ask for seconds or thirds. I mean, we have plenty. As like you see that dinner is a different soup. It seems to be a little heartier broth. It looks to have like a combination of like vegetables and a couple chunks of meat, but there are multiple roast pheasants as well. A like jumble of various vegetables and everything into a salad. And then for dessert, there is just another one of those like massive pineapple upside down cakes.
Oh.
Make sure you load up on veggies too, matey. You wouldn't want scurvy.
Isn't that fruit?
That's limes and lemons. That's citrus. Face
I
palms.
know. I know. He's got 11 HP and I rolled low. I mean, 11 intelligence and I rolled low.
11 HP, and
That sounds like a
Yeah.
warlock.
little addled. You've had scurvy.
11 intelligence and I rolled low. Okay, be nice.
So a nice meal is enjoyed by everyone. Afterwards, the other possums sort of like say goodnight to all of you as Pyro, Pierre, and the twins, Pitter and Patter, head out to the dock to begin working on the ship. Mama Plum is cleaning up in the kitchen, and Persimmon is helping with that, leaving the group and Bryant for themselves. And Bryant takes and he puts a key on the table. So I don't know if the rest of you heard the conversation that Rory was having with Mama Plum, but they have a stock of questionable items. Obviously some sort of magical or enchanted value. Not being ones to wield any sort of arcane, say for Piccolo. They haven't really had any means to test them, identify them, or anything of the sort. But anyone who wishes to take a look can. Everything down there is for sale. But know that it comes at a risk that it could be cursed. But anyone who wants to come down, he picks up the key and kind of like waggles it. And no, I'm not making anybody draw from the deck. I've just been mindlessly shuffling
This is how
it.
Rojan clickbaits you.
I mean, what? There's a deck down there, huh? Go on. What could
Knowing
possibly
you?
happen?
I'm
Those are
already
I'm not surprised.
warriors.
I'd be already cursed to the ears, matey. What's one more? Let's go take a look.
Lead on.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm with you.
Are Pearl and Mira going as well?
Absolutely. I'm always down
Yes,
for
I'm.
weapons.
I'm also just checking to see what my spell list includes to see if I have detect magic up or not.
I'm
Okay.
just picturing Pearl like furiously like writing notes in some notebook, and Rory's just gonna casually walk by and pick her up. Just, you're coming with us.
Just like
I kind of see that happen.
set Pearl on your shoulder as you're walking.
Yeah, or I put Pearl on Shara's shoulder.
Yeah. Okay, so he leads you to like just this what looks at one point in time could have been some sort of like gold gate, but it's obviously dented and broken and it's lost a lot of its luster. But he slips the key in and there's a very wind drag on the hinges as he opens it up and leads you all down a makeshift staircase below the kitchens of the scrapyard. As you're going down a bit deeper, it gets cold. Like, you lose the sound of the sea and the air above. And it's very cold and dank down here.
Ooh, there definitely be curses afoot.
It definitely a bit unnerving as you go down here, and there's like various roots sticking out of the walls. This is not something that has been like stoned up or anything. This was just something that was dug to store all of this. And as you go down into the, like, there's just this large dug out cavernous room, there are just various weapons and items and miscellaneous knickknacks placed on tables and tucked away in corners and stuck in weapon racks and set on mannequins for like suits of armor. It just seems that everything that you could possibly find on a ship is down here in some sort. But it's very unnerving. There is definitely something ominous down here.
Careful.
As you say that, Rory, you breathe, you can see like your breath exiting your mouth. It is cold.
Why is it so cold down here?
Is it?
Yes.
No, it says that this is in character.
Oh,
Like,
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah, look at my breath.
Oh,
That not unusual?
yeah. I'm not saying it's not. I just didn't realize it was cold.
Ol Hydra preserve us.
Does it feel like it's just all around us cold, or does it feel like as we walk around there's areas that are colder than others?
no, it's just cold. It almost
Okay.
feels like a walk-in freezer.
Well, look around. Carefully. At your own risk.
You don't suppose any of this stuff is gonna, like, come to life and try to attack us or something, is it?
As you say that, you hear, "Come to life and attack us, is it?"
Oh, that's not good.
As it mimics Shara's voice.
All right, who the fuck is mocking me?
Who the fuck is mocking me?
A parrot. Watch.
It's like
It's a parrot.
you hear something throwing up next to you. And there's this small chest that kind of like just throws up like a pile of coins in front of you.
Oh no.
What are you looking at?
What are you looking at?
I asked you first. And it's just talking to you in its voice. In your voice.
I'm looking at I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
I can say the same thing. Thought you were supposed to be underwater. The hell do you have legs for?
For walking around. Why the hell don't you have legs?
Walking sharks?
Yeah, it's called evolution.
Humanoids. It vomits up again, but this time it throws up like a couple gems.
Why do you keep doing that? What's wrong with you?
You're looking at
What's no one
me.
doing for them? I'm gonna go over and scoop up this shit. Why not?
And you just
Right.
scoop up a pile of coins and gems.
Alright.
So, wait, you're throwing up because I'm looking at you.
Yes, and it throws up again, and it's just it's just another pile of coins.
Scooping. I'm still going.
Can just stop looking at me.
Just like turn around or something.
I am
can't
a
see us
box.
like that.
How am I supposed to turn around? You're the one with legs.
Yeah, legs are looking pretty good now, aren't they?
And just vomits up like a pile of platinum.
Scoops.
Rory is
Please,
very hesitant about this.
Can't keep doing this.
How big is this chest?
It's like a jewelry box size, but it's like it's like just like this ornate wooden chest, but you can see that it's got a pair of like ruby eyes, and you can see that there's eye slits, and it's watching you, but the eyes are like frantically moving.
I'm gonna spin it around so it can't see us looking at it anymore.
It was spin around. Oh, thank God. I take it back. You're all right, Shark Lady.
I guess you're all right too for a box that talks and throws up.
The name is Percival.
Percival. It has a name.
With an O?
No? With a... Where would an O be?
So many jokes lined up right there. I was gonna drop it. No, I just thought it was, with the possums. Never mind.
So what are you, like? Are you one of the things down here, or are you like the guardian of this place?
Well, obviously, I'm one of the things down here. I'm down here, ain't I?
Yeah, well, so are we. I'm trying to be sensitive here. You're talking. I don't know if you've got like a brain in there or what's going on.
I don't know if I've got a brain. I'm sentient, at least now.
Wanna be?
I'm cursed to vomit up what those who perceive me cherish the most, or want, or covet.
And what happens when someone takes those items?
It's theirs.
They real.
Very much so. As you can
check the box?
yeah, you can insight check the box. 88 adventurers, thank you for the raid.
16.
I would like to incite the box.
Go ahead, give me an insight for the box, Jenka.
Oh god. I lost my D20. Ooh. Oh, it's only a +1. 19.
19. Sounds like it, like they're real. Like, Janka, you holding the coins in your hand, you know what real coin feels like. And these are definitely real gems.
And I could have praised them. I'm cool. Yeah, no, it's I pocket these, yeah. Like, cool.
Okay, so you currently have 50 gold, 10 platinum, and then you have 4 gems that you need to appraise.
Okay.
It vomits out things that people value.
Cannonball is gonna give that chest the widest of berths.
Okay.
Rory's gonna grab it and spin it around and stare right at it.
Oh God, no. He kind of like stares at you and his eyes like go wide as he's like trying to hold it in. What are you thinking about at the moment?
Information on the Rivon Acquisitions Company, because she loves information, or just information in general.
As
doesn't
like
have to be about that.
he stares at you and he's like begins to like dry heave, but nothing comes
Oh
up.
God.
It figures. I never get what I want.
Look away.
I know. She flips it around. Sorry.
It needs to be valuables. Gold, jewels, jewelry, anything that could come out of a little box. Information, read a book.
I mean, you could have spit out a book.
Never met anybody to put a book in a jewelry box.
I guess not. Sorry for causing you harm. It was worth a shot.
This is like
Spin it back around.
you spin Percival back around and you could just see that there's a panicked and pained look on his face, or on his eyes, I should say. What is Jenka thinking about?
That's that's a question. Not to make it sound like a terrible person, but yeah, I guess in this moment it would be gold.
Okay. And there's just a panicked gasp as like more coins just spill out of this chest. And you could see that like the eyes are kind of like dizzy a bit and they like roll into the back of the rubies and the box just falls over.
Oh.
Oh, guys, I don't think it likes doing that.
In my defense, I was trying to spin it around. I'm sorry.
I don't
was trying to
suppose
spin
in
it around.
amongst those gems you got there's any pearls, are there?
Ooh.
Don't think so.
There are no pearls, no.
Is there just like a piece of cloth laying around in here, a blanket, a sheet, a large rag?
There are various size and shapes of cloth in the area.
Just gonna grab the closest piece of cloth and drape it over this box.
Okay. Can I get... Actually, no. This can be an attack. As you pick up like this white silk handkerchief with a with like an embroidered S on the side. This thing just leaps out of your hand and at your face, and you can see that there's like these teeth underside, and it just latches on. Everyone sees like this little handkerchief kind of like grip on to onto Shara's face, but there's no pain. There's no pain, Shara.
Never mind.
There's discomfort, there's annoyance, but there's no pain.
Are you okay, Shara? What? Get that off of your face.
Yeah, I reach up to my face and try and grab it and pull it off.
Give me a strength check.
19.
19. You pull this off, and as Shara pulls it off, you see like this wisp pulled with it as Shara's, well, somebody's standing in place of Shara, as you are now looking at a very finely dressed half elf.
Shara, that's a different look for you.
Am I me? Or...
You are you. You are you, but like a half elf.
Can I reach up and
Nice
touch her
ears.
face?
Yep.
Does it feel like Shara's face or a
So
half
when you
elf?
reach up and touch Shara's face, there's seems to be like a small ripple effect, like you're touching a pool of water. And as you do, you touch it, Shara comes back.
Like I know, like I have the disguise self spell. Does it feel like similar?
It
magic?
feels similar to disguise self, but this is just some sort of like randomized glamour that's put on someone.
That is useful.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Gimme.
Kind of toss it over in her direction.
Damn, okay then.
I mean, maybe not for me. I mean, I can already do it, but for one of you guys, if we needed it, it could be useful. Especially to hide Shara. I mean, she stands out.
That's kind of on purpose.
What if we
As-
don't want to stand out?
As you're holding onto the handkerchief, you feel it purring.
That's new. A handkerchief is purring. I pet it.
It doesn't really react to the pet. It's almost, the purring is almost because it feels like it's almost like it's been satiated.
What did it... How do you feel, Shara?
Alarmed that...
Shara, give me a wisdom check.
Because that's making me alarmed. I'm like, why are you satisfied?
Wisdom check. That's
Straight up
gonna
wisdom
be a
check.
6.
A
Told
6.
you it's a brain slug, man.
You feel a little off, but you kind of attribute it to, you know, just being face hugged by a handkerchief with teeth.
Yeah, I feel alarmed that I was just attacked by a rag. But otherwise, fine given the circumstances, which is not fine at all.
I don't like that this feels like it's satisfied, like it got something out of this.
I don't like that it feels anything.
It's
Need
a
I
brain slug.
remind-
Calling it.
Need I remind ye all, mateys, that cursed objects always exact a toll.
Yeah. All right. Maybe not. Maybe the
Yep.
handkerchief with teeth are all right. We'll just...
Brain slug. I'm calling it right now.
As you put it down, you see it kind of like walks over to like a mannequin, like a little mannequin head, and just kind of like rests relaxed over the head.
Yeah. All right. That can stay. We'll just put a pin in that.
Yeah, that. Yeah. No. No to that.
Cannonball would like to look around for any form of firearm.
Give me an investigation roll, Cannonball.
Let's do it. Get my stat and roll dice. Ooh, not so good today. I might have to keep looking a bit later. Let's see here. What is my investigation? Investigation goes off of intelligence, right?
Yes.
So then, yeah, no. Unfortunately, that's just a 6. I'm not finding shit.
You don't find a firearm, though. You find a strange cannonball.
Oh no.
It almost looks as if it looks glass-like, the inside of it kind of swirling and almost looking identical to a giant cat's eye marble.
Oh my. I run a quick arcana off of that.
What are you trying to use Arcana for?
Just to have an idea if, well, so from what you're describing, right, so is what's inside of it moving or is it static?
It's moving. It's moving and swirling, but it seems like all of the forms it takes is like reminiscent of like various cat's eye marbles.
Yes, so we're gonna check to see if, you know, this is something like, for example, somebody shoved like a miniature storm or something inside of a glass ball or a
Sure thing.
cannonball or some other weird thing, and just see what the hell this actually is.
Give me an give me an Arcana roll.
My dice today don't want to cooperate. That's a 4.
This thing looks like an overgrown children's toy.
Yup. But we like it.
Oh, it's very shiny and very pretty.
We like shiny and pretty.
So what are you doing with it?
Shiny.
I'm gonna keep it around for now, and we'll see.
So
if we
you
can do
pick it
anything
up?
with it. Yep.
Okay. William. Or do you prefer Bill?
He does.
I br-
Nope, nope.
I prefer it when me ammunition doesn't speak, matey. Who be ye?
I am glory incarnate.
Ye be what now?
Glory incarnate.
Glory incarnate. That's a mouthful.
Well, this part
I'm
of
calling you Glow.
this part of me anyway is glory incarnate. The rest of me, who knows where it's at. Tell me, where am I?
Some weird basement full of cursed artifacts.
I've gathered that much. Possums down here, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about correct.
I can't feel the rest of my body. Tell me, what year is it?
Ah. We were at what, 10 after?
10 AC.
Yeah. Be 10 AC, matey.
AC. So a new age is dawned.
Something about contact.
Interesting. Contact? What contact has been made?
Something about beyond the veil, beyond the storm.
Storm. I'm in the storm?
Come ye from outside.
How? Possible I was nowhere near the storm. Tell me, what made contact? Who made contact? The storm wasn't supposed to be pierced.
Ever heard of Ravon?
And as you say Ravon, the eye just narrows and flames just like erupt like inside.
Sauron's eye.
Ravon. Cassius Ravon.
Well, good thing is, matey, we don't like them either.
Where is the betrayer?
Where's what now?
The betrayer. Where is he?
I have no idea who ye be talking about, matey. You're gonna have to be a bit more specific.
Rivon. Where is Rivon?
Most probably on the other side of the storm.
This will not
You
do.
know, the one we can't get out of.
This will not do at all. William, I have a request.
I'm open to requests, matey. What do ye need?
Take me out of this godforsaken basement and bring me to Rivon.
Now that'd be a tall order, matey.
Tall order, yes, but it will come with a great and glorious reward.
I'd be open to an accord. I'm listening.
Name your price.
That wide, huh? Fine.
Oh no.
How glorious can ye truly be, glory?
Nothing is beyond my power.
Well, I'm sure we can figure out something then. Ye have a deal.
And as you do that, as you say that, everyone sees going up like Cannonball's hands, this spiral mass of like a spider-like tattoo running up underneath his sleeves, and you can feel it like crawling across your chest and down your entire body as you have a singular brand now on the back of your hand.
How does that react with the other runes and other crap I already have on me?
Seems to take to it like bread on butter.
Love it.
Yet another one.
We are in agreement, William.
Sounds like we've reached an accord, matey.
Bring me to Rivon, and you will have whatever your heart desires.
Well, we'll start. First step is get this godforsaken ship seaworthy.
Hmm.
And no, that be not me request. We'll take care of that part.
Very well.
All right, so that's it.
And as he says that, the ball vanishes, as you can feel something nestled inside your chest.
Love it. Please tell me I have a bulging eye sticking out of my chest now.
Do you look?
Sure.
You look down, and there is
Gross.
a protruding lump in your chest that opens up vertically, and there is a singular slit of an eyeball.
Looks like we be going for a ride.
Gross.
We are now one. For now. I will leave your form once I am delivered to Rivon.
It might take a little while, matey. Hope ye can be patient, but we'll find a way.
I've lasted for thousands of years. What's a couple more? Especially after the blood of the traitor satisfies my rage.
Ye and I'll have a little talk.
If you need to call upon me, just say my name.
Right. We'll shorten it to Glow, and I'm down. Let's go.
You may call me Zitrot. And that is where we are ending for this week.
How do I spell that?
I will send it to you.
Please and thank you.
Oh, lordy.
I have concerns.
I have concerns as
I mean,
well.
look, that's just another one.
I will say the moment that Cannonball picked up that orb and it like went into him, like all of the like uncomfortable feelings and like cold and everything vanished from the basement.
Of course, I had to find the one extra cursed shit in the basement.
You're so extra.
I don't want to be, man. It's not my fault.
Y'all can't
Yeah,
say shit about
Heard
Kemet
that
now.
line before.
And that is where we're
Well-
going to end.
It's all gonna be fun.
Yeah, got a new crew member.
Oh
Gosh.
God.
I vote he be boatswain.
Oh no.
PP the boatswain.
He seems good for morale.
Now my calculations for rations are shot.
Go to Principal Eyeball's office.
How many souls do we have to feed him to keep him sated?
Oh
One,
Jesus Christ.
you just need to deliver him to Ravon. Like if
Sounds legit.
you need to find Cassius and deliver him.
Get it.
Yeah, just go knock on Cassius's door.
Yeah. Okay.
Knock,
I know
knock,
a
sure.
certain knoll that might have help.
To have a speak with you.
Yeah, because we really need both sides of the Ravon company to be on our asses.
So,
Oh lordy.
everyone,
Good
thank you
thing
very
we
much
might
for
have quite a bit
tuning
of
in
information, So, you know.
for another episode of Tricorn Isles. This is not the only show that we do. Coming up tomorrow, we have another episode of Destiny Forged. That is the name of it, which is our longest running / flagship show. Going on 7 years now that we've been running this series of campaigns. We are currently on campaign 3. On the upcoming Saturday, I believe is Wayward Wanderers.
Yes it is.
Yes, Wayward Wanderers, which is our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign run by Azarin. On the upcoming Monday, if all works out, will be another episode of our Mass Effect Horizons game, which is a 5th edition Mass Effect mod run by Zorro. If things don't pan out the way that we hope, it will instead be another episode of Tricorn Isles. Otherwise, we will be back with Tricorn Isles on the following Monday, and then on the next Saturday will be another episode of Withered Wastes, which is a 5th edition semi post-apocalyptic campaign that I run for a group of people. But if this is your first time here, all of our shows, all of our episodes are on our YouTube channel, so check them out if you want, any backstories on the lore or anything like that. We have from, I believe, season 2 of Destiny Forged all the way up through the current campaign 3. We have all of our mini one-shot adventures. We have Mass Effect Horizons. We have Chimera Collective, which was an amazing campaign series run by Kiara. We have Sonata, which is a series of mini adventures that we're trying to convince HP Fox into turning into a full-scale campaign.
One
But-
day, maybe.
June TM?
And we have all of our holiday specials, our Halloween specials, our winter break specials, all that fun stuff. But for now, we are going to go ahead and head on out. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And we'll catch you tomorrow for more Destiny Forged.